there, guys. How's everyone doing? It's time for some iRacing. It's been a few days, and that's all it takes. A few days, and we're back. We're back on it. We're back on it. Probably have to drive the Super Formula. We need to learn the track. We should be all right though. Actually, we know the track. It's all about the iRACING though. The journey of despair continues. The journey of no hair, despair. Despair hair. The hair of despair. Hello, oak tree. How's it going? First. Hello. That's not something you should be proud of. Novotny anti-air frying crew. Deniers of air fryers. Fryer denier. Lo, the unenlightened people have arrived. The simple people. Those with small brains. Those lacking air fryers. And lo, the stupid people arrived. Imagine not having an air fryer. Imagine that. What kind of dullard doesn't have an air fryer? Probably people that think iRacing's tyre model's good. Probably people that like ACC force feedback. Probably people that think Microsoft Flight Sim flies more realistically than DCS. They're all the same people. They all have the same issue. Air fryer denial. I am the champion of the ninjas. Sounds like Godfrey Ho, that echo. Bring me the golden ninja warrior. Just watch the ACC video. Send in. Oh, thanks. I like that. Cheers. Thanks for that. Buy you one. I can sing you an air fryer song. I don't know how the air fryer song would go. Something like this. Air fryers. The ultimate kitchen appliance. Everybody needs air fryers to warm their air in their kitchen. Everybody wants air fryers. It will cook your food faster than a normal conventional oven. Life with air fryers, it's the best. Even when you're wearing a string vest. Air fryers, the sexiest thing. All women want an air fryer. Oh.
Same old song and dance.
Just came in, but oh, thanks Smash for becoming a member. Air fryers. B-side. Air fryer life. I met a woman in a supermarket. I said to her, what do you cook with? She replied, she uses a grill. I said, look girl, grills are old hat. You need to use an air fryer. It's the only way to heat up food. You need to get an air fryer. If you don't have one, you're a real loser like Novotny. Life with air fryers, what a time. Life with air fryers, it's the future. Life with air fryers, warm air. Come with me and air fry. That happened. Right, what we're doing? Super Formula. Light. Oh, it's the open one. I need the fix setup. I can't drive this. We need to get our lap times up first. How would I compare those? AC's better. AC's the best. AC's the best. Don't worry about it. Oh, F4's a Hockenheim ring. Hello, Lorenzo. So, oh, I've got hiccups. I've been eating red potatoes from my air fryer. Oh, good strength of field. Don't know if I can drive the F4 car anymore, though. We can give it a go. Should we try an F4 fix to see what happens? Let's donate some iRACING. When's this start? Oh no, it's not for 45 minutes. Well, I might just try the Super Formula Lights. Let's try and get up to speed. Let's see how fast we can go. Has anyone got a hack setup I can steal for the Super Formula Lights? You played for the first CS for the first time in months this week. You got an ace. Yeah, but your rank is like 3, so like an ace should just be what happens like when you turn the game on. Do you know what I mean? It's not really something to be proud. That's like winning in. I don't know. That's like beating primary school children at five-a-side football. You know, that's not an impressive thing. Sorry to take away your achievement from you. It's like going on the Channel Tunnel, you know. Congratulations. It's not an achievement. Someone else dug the tunnel. Casey Necker. So, Gamer Muscle, you're always correct and so right. And I love you. Well, obviously. I've loved all your videos you created. To be honest, I just found you. But, immediately I noticed that you sound like Chris Abroad. I don't sound like Chris Abroad. He's not from the Midlands. Oh, it's raining in the practice. Chris Abroad's not from the Midlands. Where's he from? Abroad in a sim. He's actually good at making videos. Bitter old man. Ah, shit the bed. How are we supposed to practice if it's raining? In practice. How are we supposed to practice for the dry? Well. This is going to go well, isn't it? As usual. Peeling an orange, by the way. It might look like I'm doing something else. Might look like I'm playing with my fishing tackle, but I'm not. We're peeling an orange. Anyone that just joined the stream was wondering what was going on there. Just so you know. Okay, right, here we go. Orange! I wonder what happens if you put an orange in an air fryer. Air fryer weather, yeah. You could put an air fryer on the bottom of a car to dry the road as you drive over it.
You're on a dry tyre.
Should I be on a wet tyre? I've forgotten how to drive this. Lol. I guess the track's waterlogged. Well, The physics are so bad. Well, we can't use dry tyres in these conditions. Hello. How are we supposed to practice if the practice session is wet? Hello, off the bar. We're all right, thanks. Yeah. Trying to do some super formula, but I need to hot lap. To get up to pace. We don't do subathons. People shouldn't subscribe to this channel.
Car on your left. Clear.
Maybe the practice session just goes through different weather. Ah, yeah. Yeah, that's good. Oh, really good. That's fun. Guess there's a puddle there. What? What? How is this meant to be enjoyable? Is that a puddle? I can't even see it. Or an invisible puddle. It's not the white line. There's an extra puddle. Look, you can see it here, but when you're close to it, you can't see it. No, it's not the paint. There's a puddle there. You can see it here, but as you get closer, you can't see it. Voice lava. Ah, dear. You can't see a thing on a 4K bloody 55-inch OLED, so. Oh, got bloody orange hiccups.
I'm hot, and you're not.
How is this meant to be fun?
Car 3, just set the fastest lap. 45.053.
Oh, and wheels locking up with like
Pick up the course.
hardly any
Give up
input.
that time.
That's true, Uhtred. Ah, dear. Yeah, we need to do some dry laps. When the track's wet like this, it's just, you know. Now this is a fixed setup, so I'm going to be stuck with whatever they do. Hello, ranked 1 worldwide.
Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go.
I mean, how is that
Car
fun?
3, just set the fastest lap.
Just off.
43.431.
Physics off.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, it's so bad, guys.
Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go.
Like a little aircraft control tower.
Okay, let's go.
Did a little holiday. Not 9 days. I had like 4 days holiday. No, ACC's not good enough. There's no. I don't know why anyone bothers playing it. It's boring.
Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go.
Spray in your face.
I'm hot, and you're not.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how you meant to. If this is the practice session, how do you practice for the dry if the practice session's wet? We go to like another practice session.
Car on. Clear. Fastest lap of the session. Car stopped ahead. Car stop on the line.
the gap.
Actually better off with no force feedback.
Car stop on the left. Clear car ahead. Go right. Left side. Clear on the left.
This is a kayak driving.
Car on your left. Clear.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, Lorenzo, the problem is, so the problem is a lot of people, right, I mean, no, I tend to force it back down. So, don't know how to put this politely, but a lot of people are really fucking dumb. Did I nail it being polite?
Okay, let's go.
So what's happened is iRacing put out loads of stuff saying, you know, racing line's slippy, off the racing line's less slippy. Which it is, right?
I'm hot, and you're not.
Right. And so what people then say, if ever you drive on the racing line, when you are driving in the wet, people then go, oh, you shouldn't drive on the racing line because it's slippy. Now, the problem is the racing line can still actually be optimal in many scenarios, even though it's slippy. It's not binary. It's not a binary condition. Now, this pattern of thinking is a really big issue in sim racing, where and everything, where so like the cold tyres issue, where people hear in Formula One commentary, they hear someone go, cold tyres are easy to spin because they've got less grip. You have to warm them up, right? So what they then think from that is, no, I know, Lorenzo, but this is, I'm just saying, I'm expanding on this comment that people make a million times. So what happens with the cold tyres is people then say, oh, they spun because of the cold tyres. Or, oh, that driver can't drive, you know. So, but the thing is, yeah, cold tyres have lower grip than dry tyres and they don't work optimally, but they still work like tyres. But the problem is, people get one bit of information and then expand that to everything. And this is like a theme across all of SimRac. It's a theme across everything. So it's like, it applies to everything and it's constant. It's constant. Let me think of another example. Let's practice on a dry server if I'm on. It's got worse in sim racing, as a lot of people have come to sim racing that watch like rando clips. And then what are you talking about, Momo? What are you even typing? So it's like with the FOV, where people go, they've seen something, they've seen a guide, and the guide says, oh, you know, ideally set up your field of view to be 1-to-1 with the you know what it should be based off your monitor and stuff, and then the people that just aren't that experienced but they've seen that information are then the first to be the like FOV police. And you're just like, oh god, you know. That's the Super Formula. What Super Formula Light's fixed. I mean, we could do the open one, but I need to get fast, so actually no. Yeah, it's just something I've noticed happen more and more. I notice in the comments of videos. So it's another one. Someone was saying in comments in YouTube videos that ACC's not blurry, and it's like, oh, okay, yeah, you can make it not look that blurry, but it will always be more blurry than a forward rendering game. You know, like. And then so I said, oh, I'm playing on a 55-inch. Well, I'm playing on a 55-inch LG OLED. So the person replied with a comment. They said, oh, maybe it's your screen. It's just like, you know, yeah, I'm sure, yes, this LG C1 OLED, which is like one of the best monitors you could have. But I'm sure you would think that maybe the YouTuber has probably played the game on multiple screens as well. You know? And so the problem is, anything that's like a gradient, that's another thing people really struggle with. So when someone says ACC's blurry, they don't mean like you can't see anything. They mean relative to games that don't use DLSS or TAA. I don't know what you can do though. Outside of like making videos. Outside of making educational videos that explain everything, but nobody would care. So unless you're like a real race driver or something, or you have a whole channel that's dedicated towards monitors, or unless you've got some argument from authority, there's no way to like explain stuff to people because they don't even care about the information. It's just, what does this authority say? So. Oh, we're back in the rain now. I left that to join another one. Oh well. Yeah, NSU is great fun. Yeah, there's a wheel. I mean, even yesterday when we were playing ACC, the comments. I think your wheel rotation is off. Your field of view. Oh, your force feedback settings. Oh, I don't have these problems. It's definitely your force. It's like. And someone on my other video commented, oh yeah, you know, only if you had a motion rig or you drove real cars does it matter if it's realistic. It's like, it's a bloody simulator. It's supposed to be realistic. Do I speak from authority? No, the point is you make a point with evidence or like a logical reasoning, and then you make a counterpoint. This is something that's really lost on a good number of people. So I don't know what we can do here to practice in that. Is there, join another server? Try and pick a different country. Oh, I do. I don't reply to them, but the problem is, Charlie, it's constant. And also, if so genuinely, if you want to make more money or be successful, you have to lie through your teeth. It's hilarious. Like, people genuinely just want you to lie. They want you to massage confirmation bias. So this is why, if you look at influencers, they're always positive. They're not critical in the slightest because there's no benefit to it. There's absolutely no benefit. Like, just always focus on positives on everything. And culturally, it's framed as if that is a harder thing to do than being critical, when it's categorically not. You like, you know, it's so much easier to be vapidly positive than it is to actually be critical. That's the weird. It's just bizarre that the narrative is that like, oh, well done for being positive. It's like, no, if someone's being positive, people should ask questions. They should go, hang on, why are you being such a bizarre anodyne shill? Like, what are you doing? Now, people should argue, but they need to make a point when they argue. Max Beam. Well, that's why I say that iRacing needs better moderation and car contact. We talked about that as well. Why do you find it hard to be positive? I don't think it's hard to be positive. Like, you can, if you know that you can print money by just being overly positive. So, like, put it this way: every time there's a game update, if I was to do a video every game, like, so take this new ACC update, this new track update. If I was to do a video which had pretentious classical music, with like slow motion footage of cars, and then me going, guys, this is what an emotional recreation of the Nordschleife. Kunos have absolutely pushed the boundary of what is possible here in simulator graphics, and this really represents, though it's the last DLC for ACC, it's what a fantastic way for Kunos to send off ACC with a piece of content that they didn't need to add to the simulator, but the fans were asking for. Absolutely incredible by Kunos, showing that they really care about the fact. So if you just say that kind of shit, people love it. They lap it up, and they're like, oh, wow, yeah, you know, oh, yeah, Kunos, oh yeah, and then you as the YouTuber, oh, it's like, fucking hell. I don't know why people can't see it as, like, so dumb. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's actually nauseating. Just, but like, I guess younger people just lap it up, or people that don't know any better are like, oh, it's positive. Yeah, no, it's like, okay, let's ignore that AC is categorically better than ACC in just about every way. Let's ignore that the graphics don't run very well on most consumer hardware. Let's ignore that it doesn't really work very well in VR. Let's ignore the audio that gives you a bloody headache because it's all compressed. Let's ignore the lack of actual competitive multiplayer that the game was marketed on in the first. Like, let's just ignore. Not that it's terrible, not that you can't have fun with it. Let's just ignore that a separate group of people had to build ranking for it. Like, not that that's bad. Not that you can't have fun with it. But the point is, because the framework of stuff has to be so masturbatory positive, any vague critical constructive criticism or non-absolute vapid positive talk about something is framed as negativity. Yeah, they're all wet. All the servers are wet. No, they look for irrational conflict. They don't look for... So the type of person that's generally playing a driving simulator are looking for confirmation bias that their video game they're playing is the the closest thing to driving a real car. So as a YouTuber or influencer, everything that you can say that indulges that will be met with applause, and also that's also marketing for all the games as well. So, you know, that's what people want. Nice livery on that car. What the points you mention are done anyway. It's not going to change, and it's been criticised for years. Well, yeah, but the positivity is exactly the same as well. No. So what you've done is you've gone along with exactly the part of the problem, is that you basically just said, well, first of all, you're saying, well, why stop criticizing something? Well, because it's still a problem. So if it's like, why you would? It's bizarre to stop criticizing something. Yeah, it's tiresome. It's tiresome that crap things keep existing. Nobody is saying that someone can't enjoy something, are they? That's the other thing. That's the other assumption. So someone saying XYZ critical point about something does not automatically infer that someone can't still enjoy something. That's a really big problem that people have, is that they don't understand that. And this is another reason why people generally, people can't be critical, because it's always framed as, oh, you're saying that people can't you're shitting on someone's enjoyment, which they're not. Yeah, ranked worldwide, we're well beyond, you just typed, being able to appreciate the progress whilst also being critical of areas improvement is important. That's exactly what I'm saying people should do, but they're not doing. They're always clapping on with no mention of actual negatives, or no like framework of a hierarchy of what's important, or even presenting their personal subjective framework of a hierarchy of what's important. Thank you, Alifix. Let's pretend to be a retired dentist in GT3. You're invalidating their whole existence. Yeah. But it's got to a point where you have influencers. This is influencers across everything. This is not just sim racing. That I don't understand why this isn't obnoxious to more people. When you look at influencers in general, only ever talking about positives, and if they talk about a negative thing, it's really, thanks for subscribing, it's really like tangential. So something will be completely bollocksed, that's like, in terms of like, if you were to go, right, let's say you went to a restaurant but the food was inedible, borderline inedible, but the decor was really nice in the restaurant. If you go to a restaurant, you're going there to eat primarily, not to look at the decor, right? An influencer would go to this restaurant and they would focus massively on the decor, and they go, oh, it's incredible, there's a waterfall, oh, I had a really good time here, oh, it's amazing, food wasn't very good, but oh, it was an amazing experience, and they've really done really well with this, and oh, it's such a great... Do you see what I'm saying? This is what they do. Whereas an actual honest person would go into that restaurant and go, oh, the decor was nice, but the food was shocking. Like, it was really bad, really terrible food compared to XYZ, right? It doesn't... They don't even need to pay you the racing llama. So this is another misconception. It's not really about being paid. The point is... you on YouTube, if you massage people's confirmation biases and you're vapidly positive, you get way more subs, you get way more people watch it more, people love it. Companies want to work with you more because they know that you're not going to say anything critical, and so it's great for marketing because it's all positive. So there's no like this is why I say it's ironic that people think it's harder to be positive than negative. You make so much more money by being positive, like factor of 10. It's not even. God bless 5G. Well, it's not even. It's more Machiavellian VFX now. It's more Machiavellian because in the past it was like, oh well, they're sucking up to corporations or the bootlickers, right? Whereas now it's like framed differently. It's really like, I don't know why more people don't notice it. Yeah, but well, no. The problem is, Novotny, like, you will get any vague criticism. You will get framed as being toxic or negative. Good evening. In my opinion, does the original AC Nordschleifer do it similar? In terms of like the end result, yeah, like basically, like I think even like iRacing's got a nice Nordschleifer. I mean, it's not the best, but I think the new ACC Nordschleifer is the best looking. But presumably, that's not the most important part of a driving sim. Like I think AC's Nords has got to a quality where it's fine. Same with iRacing's Nords. John Sherwin, tell me who in sim racing has genuinely been outright critical about, you know, without, but like, so Daniel Morad said the most mild criticisms of ACC and he got absolutely harassed like absurdly. And Daniel Morad is like anodyne, he's Canadian for God's sake. He's like the most anodyne person ever. Like, it's ridiculous. Nicky Team got described as being a lunatic. I mean, he is mental. So, like, also he just stopped playing because of the bullshit. UK West. Also, what you notice as well, what I noticed as a pattern, right? Say someone says something slightly negative about something, then the people that disagree hyperfixate on that thing and get obsessed with it. And then the other person might want to move on, but they can't because those other people are hyperfixated on that negative thing. Whereas if someone says something positive, people are... No, it's really hard to... someone's not going to really argue over a positive, are they? So it's not going to get fixated on. Like, let's say if someone says something positive and someone disagrees with it, for some reason they can move on from that faster than if someone says something negative and someone disagrees with that. No, can't debate. You're shit. How does the topics start? No, just generally chatting because I'm waiting for the truck, just waiting for the rain to stop. What's something positive about ACC? It's a coherent package of GT3. LFM's really nicely done with it. If you've got a fast enough computer to get X frame rate with it, it's normally relatively consistent once you hit that frame rate. I don't know. It's just like a consistent package, which is quite nice for. And the same with like Project Cars 2 and stuff. It's not got too much random content. The force feedback's brilliant. Yeah, I did it. No, so it's not really about what's the best or worst. So streaming, for streaming of a video game, it's normally what is more entertaining for a live stream. So that's why I like battleground type games. They're more entertaining for live streams. They might not be the best type of first person shooter, but you've got a coherent progress and upping of the ante of if you're going to be the winner. So that's part of the live streaming. Like what's entertaining to watch and what's fun to play, or more fun to play, are two separate things. So it's like I really enjoy playing Rocket League, but I don't think it's very fun to watch. Well, we don't know anything about AC Evo, so drive the car. Well, the problem is it's wet. Is the actual race going to be in the wet as well? It's going to be a disaster.
You're on a dry tire.
They're not going to. The race isn't going to be these exact conditions, is it? Oh dear. Like it's just worse than dry. Like a little bit of drizzle's good, but like full on wet track is terrible. Graham Bjorn, I used to like ACC with LFM a lot, then iRacing, finally AC I fell in love with, back to iRacing. Aquaplaning-tastic. Air fryer wet setup. I'm seeing more and more sim racing content that is of the vapid positivity, which is fine. Like, you know, it's good for people to make money out of sim racing, but I think it's a little bit sad. Like, it's just really commercial. And I do feel like maybe sim racing will just get stuck how it is, how it's been for the last sort of 6 or 7 years. Like there was a lot of progress in sim racing up until about 2020. Then it's like it's got stuck. Like all the developers seem to have got lost in like feature creep rather than actual gameplay stuff. Technically, I realised, you know, AC3, AC2, AC Evo. Technically, it'll be called Ace. You do realise that, because it'll be ACE, which is Ace. So I've just ruined it for you all guys. Everyone's going to refer to it as Ace from now on. That was obviously their intention when they came up with the AC Evo. But doesn't that sound a bit rubbish? Ace! It's like a flight sim. Ace car combat. Ah, this is so bad.
Can you tell me how to get wet tires, or do I just have to run dry?
This is just terrible. Is this open setup going to be the closed setup going to be in the wet then? I fail to see how this is good. Like, even if this was realistic, I fail to see how this is better for driving. How this is better gameplay. It's always going to be in the rain. The rain just magnifies the the problems. Yeah, I don't see.
Make sure you cut the course. You'll have to slow down and give up
I
the
don't-
gain.
I don't get how this is meant to be good. Let's put aside realism. Let's say that this is. Let's say that iRacing has done rain perfectly and the physics are forced about everything perfect. They're fine. How is this meant to be good for gameplay? Like, people I know that drive in real life get really annoyed when it's wet. Unless it's like a little bit of drizzle. They even cancel like trips and stuff. They go, oh, it looks like it's going to be wet, I'm not going to bother. Well, I don't think this is realistic either, so it's the worst of both. It's worst of both worlds, Tom.
You got a slow car on the left. Slow car ahead. Car stops on the right.
We'll do one
Go
though.
left.
Might as well. Kevin, yeah, that's the same. That's the same for me. But if the track's like already waterlogged, it removes that the interesting part of rain. You just get the bad part of rain. I don't think I did rave about how realistic it was.
Go left.
I said the wet tyre relative to the dry tyre with the GT3 cars was more controllable. And the way the rain builds up on the track and the puddles is nicely done. Yeah, I think this would be red flagged if this was real life. Rich Ape, exactly. Exactly. I think rain is good in like long races, like endurance races, or if it, as I say, if it drizzle, if it's like a little bit of rain and then so it changes the dynamics of the track grip, or so you've got the strategic part of having to decide, that's where rain is good. But if the rain is basically, if the track's just waterlogged, then it's not very interesting. Let's be real about this. Real drivers have given the rave reviews on the rain. Well, they're talking shit. So, yeah. Do you know what they've said? They've just said exactly the same stuff. The water builds up in the track in a realistic way. The iRacing, the physics are not realistic in the slightest. So, they just don't know any better. like. Again, confirmation bias. There's nothing better for a sim racer to hear a real race driver say, oh, this aspect of the simulator is really realistic, and then the sim racer, same thing happens in flight sims. The sim person goes, oh my god, wow,
I don't like
the game I play is so good.
So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, One of
You
the
don't
or
need
not
to,
even submission to practice,
DBJJ.
like, even F1.
You don't need to have driven a real car in any situation to know what is or isn't realistic. So, but that's another meme. Apparently, you can only know what's good or bad if you've done it. There's no way for you to, I don't know, actually look at videos or have some intuition as to how physics operate. I mean, how could a sim, if it doesn't work in the dry, how can it work in the wet? Just that on its own is enough to maybe make people go, yeah. No, that's true, Shumi. Yeah, no, Shumi. I'm not ranting. I just go against the bollocks. I'm honest. Deal with it, man. Sucks. No, their opinion's not meaningless, but if someone's wrong, they're wrong. I don't know what are you saying? The degree of confirmation bias that people hunt out in sim racing is insane. I was too busy looking at your mum, Shumi. I was too busy trying to get birthday cake off her. My opinion, okay, but I'm right, so I don't care. These iRacers that get so upset. It's funny because I'm right. That's what's hilarious. The degree to which it upsets them, but it's so like they don't realise that the fundamental driving in iRacing is completely different to driving. I'm happy being a clown. What would you do when you find out, when you realise you're like, oh shit, he was right? Look at them in chat, guys. They're like, they've just come out. They can't help themselves. See, this is why you can't say anything critically. So I mean, if I just said, you know, rain looks great. This is really tricky. This is really hard. I love the extra dynamics of the track. If you say stuff like that, it's not good. They'd all be like, this is amazing. Yeah. Wow. But like, you notice, if you point out that the fundamental handling is absolutely not how a car drives in the wet in real life, that's it. That's even though that's the truth. That is absolutely the truth. Like, like do you know what I mean? I don't have a driver's license. I don't drive. Here we go. I said that's a bingo card. I don't drive in real life at all. It doesn't matter. I'm not allowed in cars. I ran someone over by accident once. Yeah, it's you know. I'm legally banned from driving. But yeah. I'm not banned from flying yet, though. I'm sure it'll happen. No, what happened was I played iRacing, and then and when I was driving the real car, I was like, I shouldn't push the brake pedal to slow the car down because the wheels might just lock up and I'll plough into the wall. So I didn't push the brake pedal, and then I accidentally drove into a wall. He's a wind up. No, look, iRacing is the physics and the force feedback are massively flawed, like massively, like just on another level flawed compared to R Factor 2 or AC. Oh, hang on. I know you guys only respond to real drivers. Wow, let's have a look at. Let's do this. Where is it? Let's find this video. Guys, this will upset you. Oh man.
Okay, let's go.
It's quite hard to find real drivers that just outright point out the issue with iRacing. Let's see if I can find this video. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Get this on the screen.
I'm hot.
We have another one on the hook. It's funny how wound up they get that someone that's that I as an idiot can somehow identify the issues and just be blunt about it and not play into their what would it be, their like confirmation bias. I'm doing you a favour really, because I'm being honest. You some of you guys just really want you don't like people being honest to you. You want to be lied to, and you will be lied to. That's fine. Right, here we go. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
18 years that I drive everything. I've been racing in real life for 7 years, more than 120 races, so many different cars. So now I think I can do a comparison between virtual and real. I'll make a video about that, where I compare the top 4 simulators that I know. Assetto Corsa Competizione, iRacing, R Factor 2. Spoiler, iRacing is the worst simulator of all.
Ah!
Especially the
you don't say it publicly! Shit! A real driver? No! It's a real driver that could drive cars quite... No! What's... My brain! A real driver's told me that it's not realistic! That was just a recreation of iRacer's brains. What were his words? Now, funnily enough, that is the view that pretty much every real-world driver I know that's actually an experienced sim racer says. Funny that. What were his words? Hang on, let's just listen.
Later since 2006. 18 years that I drive everything. I've been racing in real life for 7 years, more than 120 races, so many different cars. So now I think I can do a comparison.
Did I just get validated? No, I know lots of real-world drivers that are talented drivers that own cars, and this is what they all say. It's what they all say. The ones that play multiple simulators and have been sim racing for a long time and actually know how to set up their equipment and not just playing one sim because whatever. It's what they all say. It's like, it's only like iRacers that, like, yeah, okay, like, I'm not saying that you can't enjoy iRacing. It's the most competitive online platform. It's easy to jump into. It's great, but it's massively flawed in its physics. Like, it's absurdly flawed in its physics. You can learn how to drive around that, but it's actually mental. Like, R Factor 2 and AC are just categorically on a completely different level. If it's like it's not even close. I'm not, and again, you can still play all these games as esport titles. You can still really enjoy them, but it's just so dumb how these like fanboys of the title. It's like, as I say, it'd be like me defending AC's curbing in all situations, or AC's tyres when you have a spin and they stay weirdly sloppy for ages. Or I know there's loads of flaws in AC. There's loads of flaws in R Factor 2 as well, like the amount of controllable slip with a lot of the vehicles, lack of force feedback for the limit, but you just have an honest conversation. But yeah,
virtual and real.
This guy and Max Verstappen don't know what they're talking about, guys. So I know you. I know you guys need an argument from authority. So I'm an idiot. I don't know what I'm talking about. So just ignore what I'm saying. I'll just keep presenting when drivers that are actually good drivers speak publicly. I will just keep presenting it, and eventually you'll be like, "Oh shit, Christ Almighty, that bold idiot was right." The irony is astounding. You have a go at fanboys. What? No. What are you talking about? I just explained the issues with all of the Sims. What? No, that's not ironic. I think you need to look at the word irony here. Hang on, let me try and read your comment and understand it. I think you got confused here. Where is it? Nobody's heard of him. The irony is astounding. You have a go at fanboys for having the opposite opinion, and call people that agree with them shills. I've never called someone a shill for agreeing with someone. No, you've just invented some conversation there. Like, yeah, that's not helpful. No, your Fraser, what's your comment? Like, what are you actually saying? What's the irony? I am consistently equally critical about the components of like all the stuff we do. I said, oh dear God. No, you completely missed the point. Like, yeah, if what on earth is right? The point is, people use constant positivity with no critical negativity as a way to get to massage confirmation bias, because that makes the most amount of people happy. Because when you say stuff people want to hear, it gets them on board with what you're doing. It gets you more money. It gets you more success, because you're not going against anyone. If you've ever worked in a job, let me see how well it goes for you when you if you're in your business and you say to your manager, oh no, actually this process we're doing is really not constructive, or this is a terrible idea, here's actually a well formatted way of doing it. Let me tell me how well that goes, versus you going, oh yes manager, that's really good what you've said there, that's totally exactly what we're doing, that's great, let me implement that as you said. let me sit. Let's find out which goes the best. Like being actually honestly critical, or being vapidly positive and anodyne. Come on. It's not a negative video. No. Oh Jesus Christ. So I've spoken to loads of real world drivers. The point is, this is just another. This is one that's happened to said it publicly. But yeah, you could say, oh, it's confirmation bias. The point I've always made before is that you shouldn't make an argument from authority. It's irrelevant what one person says over another person says. It's what they actually explain with their argument. The point is, and this is what the joke was, is that if a person the point is that other people are using other drivers as an argument from authority. So when you have another driver saying, oh, iRacing's not good, or ACC or whatever, I'm making a joke about the argument from authority. Do you get it? Mr. White and Pony. Yeah, sometimes in good work environments you can actually be like that, but it's not the norm. Thank you, Graham. No, so yeah, you seem to miss the point that we constantly have a barrage of people coming into my chat and going, well, you can't be right. Your arguments that are what you're saying can't be right because you've never driven a car, or you don't have any authority. So then they say, well, look at what X race driver says, and then I can say, yeah, that's an argument from authority. Here's other race drivers that say the complete opposite. So the point you should take away is that it doesn't really matter what a person's saying. It matters the logic of the argument they bring to the table. So when, well, it winds me up that you think your opinion's never incorrect. Well, on stuff where I'm pretty sure I'm right, then no, it's not going to be incorrect, is it? like, how do you think your opinion's incorrect? Yeah, anyone can disagree, but you have to make an actual argument. It's like if someone says, like there's some things that you can't disagree with though. Like the Earth is round, so you can disagree with the Earth. You can say, "Oh, I think the Earth's flat," and you go, "Well, that's stupid," but okay. Why do you think it's flat? And then someone will go, "Wow, I don't know. There's lots of flat Earth stuff." And then you can then go, "Well, no, clearly, look, we've got photos from space. You can measure shadows at different distances. Satellites wouldn't work. Phones wouldn't work. You can fly in a plane around the Earth. The seasons, all these things wouldn't work. So that's how you prove that the Earth is actually round, right? So I said earlier that if people disagree, they're a dumbass. Well, I don't know. What you're doing is you're isolating. You've not understood something. You're isolating it, and then making straw mans. I can't keep up with what you're saying. I can't keep up with it. It's all about George Foreman Grill. Ah, dear. But as I say, yeah, like when I say ACC's force feedback lacks dynamic range, people don't come back with a good argument because there isn't one, because it lacks dynamic range. When I say iRacing's tyre behaviour at the limit isn't realistic, all I get are like, you've not driven, why does this real weight race driver like it? No one comes back and says, actually, here's a specific explanation of why this does this, and this is why it's realistic, which would be the counter argument. No, I'm not. That's not a straw man. The point of bringing up flat Earth was to demonstrate an example of some arguments when something's objectively the case, it's not really a subjective opinion, and that's self-explanatory. That's not a straw man. That's someone using an analogy to explain something is not a straw man. That's not what a straw man is. So like let's take it for it's a simulation. You and your bloody simulation. If iRacing's tyres aren't realistic at the limit in the dry, how can wet weather operate properly, given that it basically puts cars in the limit very spontaneously, reduces grip, you know? So that's a reasonable argument. You could say, oh, I think it's fine in the dry, therefore, okay, fine, that would defeat the logic of that singular argument.
Car right, clear on the right.
Days of Blunder, why do people always cite realism? Because they're probably, when they're talking about realism, they're probably talking about the aspects of real driving that are actually enjoyable, you know, and it's a simulator, so it's not, it's pretty like it's pretty reasonable to think that the point of a simulator should be to be realistic, as it's called a sim. Why does it matter? Just play. Yeah, look. So that's another completely moronic argument, I'm afraid. Sniff my face. So, yeah, people. That's the default position for anything in life, isn't it? You do what you enjoy. You know. Yeah, you don't have to agree. But that doesn't mean that someone can make a point that's correct or incorrect, does it? I mean, get like, you know. See, this is what I mean, though. This is what I was saying earlier. If someone is vapidly positive, you're not going to have to spend. You wouldn't have to spend 30 minutes explaining. So each time someone says a really confused response that makes no logical sense, like with flat earthers, it takes a really long time to coherently explain why they've made like a fallacious point or unrelated point or a straw man or a ad hominem or whatever, and then to explain the actual crux of it. And so it never gets resolved. And so the result is people will just not bring up these things ever because it's not productive. Like, you know, you really have to be like brain dead to do what I do. We're just waiting for the session to start though, so. Hang on. Revolt, I think you may be thinking something like R-Factor 2 is realistic tire model wise, while that game has been said to be a drift fest by many drivers too. I don't know. I think iRacing might be too harsh and R-Factor 2 too forgiving. Well, I literally said I don't like how slidey R-Factor 2 is with lots of its content. But that's a separate issue. Also, forgiving and unforgiving are too simplistic of a way to look at it. So, the point with R-Factor 2... I mean, I'm not a big fan of R-Factor 2. I prefer AC generally. But the point with R-Factor 2 would be, at least... So, I would say a point with a sim is where you have like outright physics holes, where the physics effectively just turns off. So, in Race Room and R-Factor 1, there used to be an issue where the car would just... You'd be holding an angle through a corner and the physics would turn off. Like the car would just rotate. The developer, through complaining, actually they worked out what it was and they managed to fix the issue that caused that. We called it auto bin, right? And the developer went, oh yeah, no, that is a bit weird, and they fixed it. You know? So in you would think with iRacing, given that it's trying to be a realistic simulator, that the player base would be going, oh, hang on, the ones that have driven real cars and faster guys would be like, this really is mental at the limit. Like fundamentally how you have to drive iRacing like a bobsled preemptively is really a bit weird. It should really be addressed after 15 years of development. But they don't. With ACC, there's like monster delay and lack of force feedback detail. But there's no progress. Is your plan to drive IRL to show your experience from sim racing full time? No, why would I can't afford to do real driving. I'd rather spend money on hiking or something. I'm not really that interested in driving real cars, to be honest. I'd like to drive around the Nordschleifer in a Radical SR3 or something. It'd be in real life, it's fun to just drive different cars, I think. Just seeing how they're different. Yeah, I'd quite like to do some drifting in real life. But real motorsport is just about having lots of money, really. Like being skilled as well, but just having a lot of money. Yeah, you need to put it in the air fryer. Am I interested to drive? Well, we're waiting for the next session, really. There's not really much practice you can do in the wet. We can just tootle around driving under the limit and seeing where the puddles are, I guess. Why is everyone so hostile? It's because if you say, as I say, if you're critical and you basically are saying that someone's role-playing is wrong and it's going against the mainstream narrative. So you have a lot of marketing behind iRacing that it's the bestest, most realistic thing. Same with all the sims. And if you're someone that goes against that, you're going to be in the minority because most of the marketing is around being positive. So... yeah, the crucial thing with R-Factor 2 and LMU is the cars just don't... tyres don't just turn off when they get warm. Thanks for following, guys. Can you believe, honestly, like for those of you that think, oh, well, you know, it's not that bad in sim racing, I get sent threatening emails for saying that someone's sim is not realistic. Can you believe that? Like, that's how mental it is. That's how insane it is. Yeah, it's not like we're not even talking about. I don't get emails about my views on the Conservatives and austerity and wealth inequality. Surely that would be more controversial than tyre physics. Do you know what I mean? That's how like crazy sim racing is.
Car stopped ahead.
You couldn't fix someone's skybox. To be fair, that's pretty bad. Yeah, LMU's like you're always monster drifting everywhere. It's like you've got hyperinflated tyres. Oh, the AC2, the Automobilista, the Automobilista 2 fanboys are absolutely insane. I think so, Thomas. Automobilista 2 fans went mental when I said critical things about AMS2, and it's the same arguments. It's like, have you driven a real car? How can you know? Have you like? It's like, well, I'm pretty sure that this real whatever doesn't. You don't enter the corner fully on the throttle in a monster drift every corner. Like, do you know what I mean? It's you don't have to be a real driver to notice that there's something going on there. No, you can only know if you've driven. Like, it's really interesting though, because I think you see this is reflected in other conversations. It's people frame their view of reality from an argument from authority. I think everyone, like I will do. I think everyone does by default. Yeah, to be, there's only 3 people playing it. So again, as I say, this is what creates. There is no motivation for influencers in any area for them to be critical. Like what you could argue as consistently critical. There's no benefit to it. And the end result is the vapid, non-critical world that you have. I got like so much backlash from my comments on WRC. Like WRC at launch was like had monster stutter and lacking content, worse than Dirt Rally 2. Like some aspects of the graphics quite nice or whatever, but really just categorically a technically broken game. If you read a lot of the comments on the videos and stuff I did covering it, there's people going, "Oh, you're being unfair," or like that game is so like the single player you couldn't play through it, and then they patched it and it actually broke your progress. Which surely imagine any other video game coming out when you're playing through the single player and an update a month after launch breaks your progress. The AI in the game would change their difficulty at random, and the timings were completely incorrect and totally made up. Like, what game is that acceptable in? So apparently WRC has actually been patched quite a bit now though, so I might try it again. And then on the other side, you have this like weird, like there's just a complete lack of like consistent critical behaviour on these things. So like Rensport, for example, you can't even buy it. So I don't think it really matters if it was good or shit or whatever. You can't buy it, so it doesn't really matter. Like you could play it for free, I guess. You might get on the beta. But there's some people that are like actively like, kill Rensport, or like, you know what I mean? It's absolutely shit. And it's like, well, it might, like, it doesn't have. I personally think they shouldn't launch a game until it's got like fully fledged features and a bunch of stuff in it. But like, you can't buy it, so it's like I personally, rather than money being spent on esport, I would rather that money go into the general development of the game. Though I do like that there's something for sim racers to make money as esport drivers. So, you know, because I like a lot of the esport drivers. But like, why would someone de facto want something to actually fail by default? Why would they push for that rather than just going, well, see, you know, like once you paid for something, totally, like, you know, if you paid money for a product and it's shit, then sure, like, you should get your money back, or you totally. I think when someone's bought a product, they're fully right to complain. But to be fair, Token, EA is pretty much automatically shit. To be fair, EA's pretty bad, isn't it? Like, look at all the games that they've bought and then absolutely ruined. But yeah, default wanting stuff to fail. Well, the old Fanatec CEO thing is ridiculous as well. Like, right. The conversations people are having about the Fanatec CEO are mental. It's like they don't even know what they're talking about in the slightest. And then you've got all these sim racers. They're framing their views on like completely limited knowledge, and then YouTubers as well, then trying to cash in on it with mental shit. It's like, what? Oh, it's so dumb. It's just. But yeah, well, Kirith, you're like the worst for getting baited clicks, and I appreciate you trying to grow your channel as fast as possible. But Christ, Kirith is like the clickbait master. Masturbate. Wow. Well, I taught you well. When are you? Oh. Yeah, no, that you kind of learned from me, because I don't do any Formula One coverage at all. Anakin, the Darth Vader of sim racing. I thought you were already playing PC Sims. Oh my god, the slightest bit of brake on a bit of tracking, yeah. Slippy sliding for ages. Yeah, what? yeah, as I say, like it's just the sort of level of online conversation is just stupid. You're just like, ah. I was just driving around. Thomas, we'll do the next race. The other thing that people online often don't seem to realise is that it takes like 6 to 8 months for processes in a large business to actually be executed on. So, like, for example, in the case of Fanatec, they would have known that they were having XYZ issues, and they would have been doing whatever, maybe still mismanaged, I don't know, whatever, but they'll be doing whatever to try and address those things, because they're trying to make as much money as possible. It's a business, right? It doesn't just happen like, fucking hell, thank you. It doesn't just happen straight away. Why is he driving into me like a knoblet? Oh, thank you. I think you can actually report people for that and get them banned. Intentional. It's a great driving by Declan there. That's how you assassination, yeah. Yeah, well, you know, you don't want people saying anything bad about your video game. To Declan, yeah, he couldn't see us because he had paintball in his eyes. You probably have to be like a 90s kid to understand that. I'm blind! I'm being shot in the face, I'm blind! What a stupid program. Ah! Like, there is no feel. So this whole race is just going to be about pussyfooting around. It's alright on the throttle because you can counter steer the back coming out, but on the brake... I wonder why that is. Why is it more controllable on the throttle than the brake? Yeah, he does. Right, so this is the other thing. People going, oh, Thomas sacked from Fanatec. It's like he owns half the shares. It's like, oh, this... Right, that's it. This guy's done it twice now.
My bad. My wheel went crazy. It was locked the rails. My bad.
Okay.
My bad.
No. Do we have to just report people constantly? Is this what we have to do? Is this what it's turned into?
Nah, brakes locked up and I went straight to the thermal shit.
Yes, he's watching the live stream. Well, you know, we're just going to start reporting everyone that drives into us. It's only the practice session. Problem is, iRacing is so stupid to drive. I wouldn't even be surprised. Oh yeah, it's 100% wrecking. Right. There you go. We'll keep that for later. Let's start a bit further back. I don't even know how to use the clipping tool. Do that.
What are you doing, dude? $38. Like, what were you thinking, honestly?
That's clipped. That clipped it. Isn't it? Can you think of another sim where people get so annoyed, like so angry with someone that's just pointed out very obvious issues with their sim? What I might do is just start. We can just start watching races as a spectator. That can be the live stream. We'll just watch the races and we'll just clip all the accidents and keep reporting them to iRacing. We'll do the job for iRacing. And that'll be fun to watch. We can chat whilst just clipping the top split, all the crashes in the top split. That'd be pretty funny. What's going on here? Oh, we need to let's sign up for the actual. I can't think of another video game where people get so I don't know, Kirith, it could be, who knows. Probably. There's a lot of people that play this game that are really upset with my pointing out the physics holes. Yeah. It's rec practice. 100% chance of rain. So how it right? If it's 100% chance of rain, then it's kind of removed the thing of will it or won't it rain. Like, if it's raining every race, it's a bit weird. Like, I would have assumed they'd do the rain like how it was in ACC on LFM, which was quite a good way of doing it, where most races are dry, but occasionally there's wet race. Like, one in 6 races would be a wet race. So, you know, it's like real life driving. Most races are dry, but then occasionally it's a wet race and maybe not even that much rain. That's it, Kevin. I don't blame them, you know. They don't have a YouTube channel with viewers, so, and, you know, from their perspective, I'm just like an elderly bald man talking bollocks, so they're like, oh, that'd be funny. You know. So I think they do quite a lot, but I think it's set, like, so I think it's done. They do it based off what the weather would have been likely to be at the time when the race is taking place, but then I think it's set. If that makes sense. Send them to the air fryer. Yeah. Do we need the video again of Alberto Nesca? Alberto Nesca saying, just outright saying that iRacing's unrealistic. They like, you know, it's just pretty funny. I'll be back in a second, guys. I'm gonna get a drink, I think. Be back in a second.
Wow, beautiful, beautiful. This freaking rain, unbelievable.
¿Qué pasa, Adrián? Aquí estamos sufriendo un poco.
Oh, local Spanish radio there. Right. I got Alberto Nesca with his controversial. Get your hate mail ready, guys. Get your hate mail ready. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Oh no!
Growing a startup is tough.
For a driver like me that comes from NASCAR, driving a LMDH with that downforce, which is much heavier than Formula One, I needed more time to get used to it. However, let's talk about the simulator. Wow, driving all dressed inside the cockpit,
No, it's not.
real driving. So many different 10 years that I drive. About engineering, aerodynamics, data, there's a huge difference. But if we talk about driving feelings...
Oh, by the way, guys, in this video, he says everything I've been saying for years about professional simulators. So, you know, you can watch this video. If you don't believe what I say, watch this video. This guy just says what's pretty common industry knowledge, to be honest. But yeah.
They are really similar. Now, you probably don't know that, but I've been driving simulators since 2006. 18 years that I drive everything. I've been racing in real life for 7 years, more than 120 races.
We need a sound clip of this.
So many different cars. So now I think I can do a comparison between virtual and real. I'll make a video about that, where I compare the top 4 simulators that I know. Assetto Corsa Competizione, iRacing, R-Factor 2. Spoiler, iRacing is the worst simulator of all. Especially the tire model has nothing to do with real life. While the
hate mail! Send him the death threats, guys! It has nothing to do with real. Oh, hang on, is he saying what every real driver I talk to says? Well, that's weird. That's strange. He must be an idiot. He must not know what he's talking about at all. You know. weird for him to agree with, to have the same view as me. Oh, yeah. Right. You know the whole "but Tony Kanaan Morad said" comments? What's stupid with that is, imagine you're Tony Kanaan, right? What benefit... Right, first, if Tony Kanaan said, I don't think that iRacing's tyres are like real car tyres at the limit at all. Or if he said, oh, there's really big physics issues with iRacing at the limit. How would that get taken out of context and completely, like... People would go away with it like mental, wouldn't they? So it would turn into a massive thing. Even if Tony Kanaan was just being basically honest and saying, oh, yeah, you know, like, there's some really obvious things and I'm sure it'll get fixed eventually. He's in a position, once someone gets that famous or like as a well-known driver or something... They lose the ability to talk in a normal, honest way because anything they say will get taken massively out of context, rightly or wrongly. So, Tony Kanaan he knows there's issues with the physics, but he can't say, oh, yeah, he has actually said, he has pointed out that there's, you know, problems with the tyres. He's just not made a big thing out of it. Same with Morad. They just don't make a big thing out of it because what's the point? What they mostly play, it's only going to be negative to their business and other people's businesses that they work with, and they know people will take it massively out of context because they know that most people are stupid. So it's better to not be honest. Like you genuinely, even if you're like, it's just better to not say stuff. That's why people don't. Yeah, well, I think some of them got a cease and desist. And they got told not to be so openly critical. Was it Kevin Larson? Yeah, they got specifically told not to be critical, I believe, because it looked bad. So... and then... But the downside of it is the narrative surrounding all these things continue. And it's not just iRacing, it's all sims and all games. What's the point of making a big deal out of it? Because I believe in like honesty and truth makes things more likely to improve over time. And also, yeah, it's not real and it never will be. It's a totally separate conversation to beside what is actually a more enjoyable product and what's a better video game. So that's a separate conversation. I'm saying with it, culture, with the way that culture operates, progressively, and this is, I think it's part of capitalism, generally speaking, you end up with stuff like Formula One, where you have a sport that is completely not fit for purpose. It's just completely stupid. Everybody in Formula One, all the race drivers, know it's moronic. The whole thing is stupid, but it makes money, and so that's all that matters. You just said they were honest about it. Yeah, they've made honest points about it, but it's not going to be the most visible thing, and they're not necessarily going to repeat it. And so you can... This is what people do in like reviews of stuff, where they, in order to have the shield of going, oh, I've been critical on this thing, they don't really emphasise the actual critical bit as much as the positives. They sort of gloss over what are arguably... It's hard to... in fairness, it's often hard to actually know if something is genuinely... If someone has glossed over something or not. You could have a discussion on that, but I'm just saying the thing that often happens is that people would gloss over what is a... so like car companies, for example, would completely gloss over a massive flaw in their vehicle, but really emphasise stuff that's maybe okay, or even emphasise a flaw that's something they know they can fix to then obfuscate the flaw that they know they can't fix. So they'll go... yeah, we know that the air vents don't work particularly well in this vehicle, but they won't mention that you can't see the RPM gauge clearly because they totally fucked up the seating position because they can't fix that. So that then reframes the conversation and the Overton window on what you can talk about as a way. It says how politics works. So the Tories constantly focus on like immigration or like, I don't know, like trans issues or like stuff that basically gets into a quagmire of conversation that avoids them talking or having any honest conversation on wealth inequality or, you know, stuff that is actually the focal issues for what's ruining people's lives in the UK.
I don't like ACC, but I do like
Exactly,
normals.
Kirith. It's a skill.
It's amazing. It's
It's a pro skill.
One of the or not the best simulation to practice. Like,
I actually think iRacing is a really good training tool.
It's really good.
By the way, guys, Matt Oliker, go and check out his channel if you haven't. He's on Twitch and YouTube. Check out his channel. He's got a small channel. Give it a check out.
You're on a dry tyre.
There you go. Check it out. Check it out. Yeah, well, that's also the thing. If you are a real pilot or really experienced real-world driver, you're going to see. Apart from like, there are cases where they don't. But if you're like, especially older real-world drivers that currently do a lot of real-world driving or real pilots, you really would see like the games as like really video games because you don't really play them that much, generally speaking. Or you probably don't in most cases. I'm not saying that's always the case. So you're much more likely to look at the video games, flight sims, driving sims, as like, oh well, they're all pretty broken in weird ways, and they're also not games designers, you know. It's like really hilarious. There's a video from back in the day with Nigel Mansell playing Race Room in a shopping centre, and all these sim racers are like hanging on every word that he said as a way for their hobby to be validated. Even during COVID, right? It was really sad. There was so many sim racers that were like, "Oh my god, real drivers are playing my video game," and it's like, fucking hell, guys. It's like it's so sad. It's like, well, why do you give a shit? You can play the games yourself. Why do you care? It's not like the fact that a Formula driver is playing your video game doesn't make it better or worse. It's just another person playing your game. But again, it's like authority. These like people have been elevated through brainwashing and marketing as if they're like crazy superhumans. Don't get me wrong, I have a huge amount of respect for like really talented sports people. Like, they're more dedicated to anything I'll ever be. But they're still people at the end of the day, you know. And also, them enjoying and playing a game is not really relevant to you enjoying and playing a game.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Yeah, well, that's it. When I started seeing FIFA players playing FIFA, I didn't like FIFA, but I saw Ronaldo playing FIFA, and I was like, oh, wow, I'm gonna get that game now. It's great. Yeah, there's a massive amount of hero worship, and again, it's from it makes money. That's why they're framed as heroes, because you can capitalise on it. Nobody said, look, RS66 Alec, nobody said that they were. So what are you even typing? Nigel Mansell, I don't think ever really used simulators, so he's actually would be pretty terrible as someone to have a view on simulators. That's the irony. Like when I've personally spoken with older drivers back in the past and been around them with simulators, a lot of the older drivers just outright hate simulators because it's too disconnected to what they're used to. It's changed now with younger racers that have grown up with racing sims and play multiple sims, but back in the day they would jump on a sim for like half an hour. So, and then sim racers would be like, oh my god, he said this, so this whole thing's correct. It's like, he doesn't know. He knows about driving real cars. He doesn't know about driving some complete abstraction. I'm not getting upset. Hang on. You're getting upset that people were really looking forward to Nigel's feedback of the sim. Well, also, so when he was playing it, oh, we go. He was playing it in a shopping centre on a rig that had like all the assists on it. So it's like, really? And he was probably just dragged onto it. He probably didn't even have like a proper go on it. That's the absurdity of it. Like, he was... This is what often happens, or less so now, but a driver would have to be doing like some promotional bollocks that they don't want to even be at, or it was just on at the same time, and then someone would like drag them over and they would drag him over and be like, oh, I'll do this, oh, well, what do you think of it, oh, and then the driver's like, oh god, they don't care. And the sim racer's like, I need to be validated. It's like, I'm incapable of coming to my own conclusions. I need an authority to tell me what to think. Oh dear. No, everyone, I admire his moustache. He was playing Race 07, I think. Right. The other thing is, if you're a sim racer and you've ever jumped on like a rando sim rig, like you've been to a trade show or something, you would know that you really can't evaluate within that short period of time what the sim is really like. I've jumped on sim rigs with sims that I know really well, but the hardware is set up so weird, it's basically undrivable. Like what was it? Let's Race has closed down now. They had R Factor 1 and the rigs were mental. Like the motion rigs were like so delayed. And it was so hard to drive it, even though it wasn't particularly hard to drive the car because they were just using R Factor 1. There's been rigs, it's got a lot better at Sim Racing Expo because they generally get sim racers to set stuff up now. But back 3 or 4 years ago at Sim Racing Expo, it would be like the rigs would be set up so bad. In fact, even at Sim Formula Europe, one of the rigs I jumped on was horrendous. Like it was set up so badly. It was with AC, I think. But the wheel, like there was force feedback. There was no force feedback from the game. They'd set the wheel to like 40% damper, and just it was terrible. It was so bad. It was hilarious. Yeah. So you wouldn't be able to know. You wouldn't be able to like go, oh, I wonder what's better or worse, because the equipment's set up so badly. No, they weren't using Race Pro. It was just R Factor 1. Oh, Race Pro you're talking about with Mansell, yeah.
No
Sorry.
sign of this rain stopping.
Well, this is going to go well.
You're on a wet tyre. The estimated SOF is
Okay, let's go.
3,814. We expect to be fighting for the podium.
Don't you, in the wet, you put your brake bias to the back so you don't lock the fronts up? I'm pretty sure that's what you do in the wet, or is it the opposite? I think you move the brake bias all the way to the back because the fronts want to lock up so easily in the wet, and you don't want that to happen. Yeah. So why are you telling me to move the brake bias forwards?
5 cars left to grid.
Oh yeah, this is going to be an absolute pump fest. See how it goes. I thought we had it set.
Okay, let's go.
Why is this? Oh, this is back to front. Oh well. I need to redo my brake bar settings.
Green, green, green.
There's no point even going into the cars.
Car right. Keep to the left. You got a slow car on the right. There's an incident ahead. Still there. Stay on the left. Clear on the right. Right side. Clear on the right. Slow car ahead. Go left. There's an incident ahead. You got a slow
What
car
is
on the left.
this? How is this fun?
Slow car ahead. Car stopped on the right. There's an incident ahead. Go left.
Like, this is just silly.
You got a slow car on the right. Left side. Go right. Clear. Left side. Keep to the right. Clear. Left side. Slow car ahead. Clear. Car stopped on the right. Go left.
Oh, this is so dumb. This is so dumb.
On your left. Stay on the right. Clear.
You can't brake
Right
at all
side.
because it's ridiculous.
Still there. Keep to the left. Clear on the right.
Okay, let's go.
I mean, the spray effect looks nice. The problem is you can't actually push at all in any way because you can't drive properly. Like, it'll just lock up and whatever. And then, well, even outside of your own skill, you can't trust what other people are going to do at all.
You got a slow car on the left. Car stopped on the left.
Like, what? That's just absurd.
Car on your left. Clear on the left.
See, I pushed the brake like, I pushed the brake like half a Newton meter too hard, and then it locked, and then that's it for that corner. I mean, it's ridiculous. Look at it. It's so stupid. Like, graphically it's really good, but from a gameplay perspective it's terrible. I mean, the rain light should be more obvious, but... Yeah, I know, this is what I said, and I got a lot of shit for it. is what I said with AC as well. Like, what is the point of downpour rain? But it's not challenging in a fun way because it's so erratic. Like, there's challenging and there's just binary fail condition. You need... Oh, it's gone. Keep out of the wall. You need you need force feedback and physics that are so good in the dry. Like, it basically would have to be better than Assetto Corsa in order for rain to even slightly work in a racing sim. Like,
You got a slow car on the left.
the force feedback and physics would have to be better than AC for it to make sense.
The car in C4, just left fastest lap. 42.768. That was your fastest lap of the session.
It's ridiculous.
Left side.
I'm not quite sure why the default brake bias is so far forwards when it's wet, but
Clear.
now we're like miles off where we should be.
The car in C4, just left fastest lap. 41.643. Just second fastest lap of the session.
I feel hostage to the car.
The car in C3, just left the fastest lap. 40.944.
I can't feel the car at all.
Just set your fastest lap of the session.
I'm just gradually going. I'm just gradually letting the car go slightly faster. I'm not driving by feel or what's going on.
There's an incident ahead. Go right.
Bloody hell.
You can move up. The leader just did a 41.17. The car in P3 just set the fastest lap. 40.514.
This is just an insane memory game. As soon as I actually start trying to drive properly, I know the car's just going to do some weird shit that's uncatchable, and we're just going to end up in the wall.
The car in P3 just set the fastest lap. 40.474. Car 1 has taken the lead. Set your fastest lap of the session.
I'm just waiting for the car to kill me.
car in P2. Just set the fastest lap. 40.314.
They're not that much faster. They got away at the start because I was driving very slowly. I don't trust the physics. We're catching them now.
Establish fastest lap of the session.
Oh, there it is. There it is. I mean, fucking shit. There it is. There it is. Oh, it's so shit. There's no feel. I knew that was coming. So either you pussyfoot around, either you pre-rehearse exactly where all the puddles are. Like, you're just done.
Car 3 has taken the lead.
What a load of shit. No, it was terrible. Oh, it's so bad. Yeah, it is. What it is hot. It's exactly what I worried that iRacing Rain would be. Is that it's iRacing Dry, but worse. In that iRacing in the dry is memorize everything in the dry. Fine, okay. iRacing Wet is just do the same again, but in the wet with less grip and puddles and random shit. It's and the iRacing apologist will be like, yeah. Thomas, did you start trying to push a little bit more? Let's see what happened to Thomas. It's absurd. It's
Got the white flag. That means one more.
Oh no, it was almost over as well. Yeah, that's with the GT3 cars specifically, Shumi, with all the traction control assist and everything. So it's with the wet tyre on the GT3 cars is closer to other sims, but it's still shit. Yeah, Thomas says an invisible puddle there that you can't see. Like you can see it here, but when you're actually in the cockpit and you drive, if you dip your wheels on it, it basically just it messes your car up. The grip turns off entirely. That caught me out in practice. So the only way you would know that is from having pre-rehearsed like I did and finding out that that's where a puddle is. Yeah, it's the worst aspects of the dry driving. But in the wet. And iRacers will be absolute apologists for this. They will lap it up. It's not the painted line. No, it's not the painted line. It's not an invisible puddle. There is a puddle here. It's not the white. Oh, fucking hell, guys. Right, honestly, like, I'm trying really hard to not get annoyed by how dumb people are. It's always the same. Wet paint is slippy. The paint's slippy. Why? Because you fucking heard it in a Formula 1 live stream and it is slippier. Yes, everybody knows that the painted line is slippier in the wet. Everybody knows that the racing line is slippier than the dry line in most conditions. It's not that simple. Have you driven a real F4 car? It's not the line that causes the car to spin there. There's a puddle. There's specifically a puddle here, right here, that is what causes the car to spin. It's not the white line. I mean, the white line probably doesn't help, but there is... You can see it from third person, but when you're in first person, it's really hard to see. Yeah, I don't know, guy. I just like, it's constant. Just, you give people a little bit of information for something that's quite complicated, and then they regurgitate the, oh, cold tyres are undrivable. Oh, you can't drive on the racing line in the wet. Oh, painted lines are undrivable in the wet. It's like, it's not that simple, guys. Ah, God. Like, it's constant. Yeah, in real life, you would probably have tested the grip out more. You'd probably be active on the steering to find out where that grip was, or if it's completely undrivable, they just wouldn't do the race because people can't afford to wreck F3 cars because they're not the richest of drivers. Oh my God, like the delusion surrounding this game, like, it's pretty funny. Look, driving in the wet is pretty funny, and it is its own challenge, but it's challenging for all the wrong reasons, you know? It's like, oh, it's so, the way that sim racing has gone, guys, the direction that sim racing has gone is so dumb. It's so dumb. Kevin, yeah, I don't disagree that slick tyres in the wet are mental. There's a point where they just turn off. It's not about difficulty. So, it's about Elgato Colin Pippa. I'm not saying that a white line isn't slippy in real life and that you don't lose a car on the white line. There's like 5 separate things going on. There's specifically a puddle there which causes your car to bin it. That's why I lost it in practice here. There is specifically a puddle here that just you're screwed. I'm not saying, so this is how sim companies can win by doing complete shite, because a sim company can just go, yeah, we haven't fucked it up, guys. It's actually just very complicated, and well, you know, we've got these real drivers. They say it's fine. And it's just a skill issue. You just don't understand it. So there's no way for them to lose. It's actually really good business. Like the sim, as a sim company, if you just put loads of complicated shit in your simulator, any criticism can just be waved away. Anything, any criticism at all can be waved away. It's genius. Jimmy Bobby, no, I'm not saying that him crashing there is unrealistic or wrong. We're just saying that you can't really see the puddle from the driver's view for whatever reason, and you have to know that it's there, which you can find out in practice, and once you know not to do that. But it's entirely binary. Like, pretty much all the puddles and all the like points on the track where the car does weird shit is stuff that you can just learn by doing the track in the wet repeatedly. So it turns into what iRacing is in the dry, but worse, i.e. Guitar Hero, but even vaguer because it's harder to, because there's random puddles everywhere until you've memorised it. And then, what? This isn't my car. We're not 16 Heart. It's not even my car. This isn't even me driving. Wait, the way that you guys defend the sim, like, we're not even saying what happened is unrealistic. We're saying it's just mental. Like, it's not like, even if it is realistic, it's not necessarily fun as well. And like, you can't have a rational conversation on this at all. You can't You can't, like... The sim developers, if they just make their games arbitrarily complex, they can't lose. They can't. It's genius. What's that, Elgato? What was your video? Why am I getting rattled? I'm talking about another car. What? You got... Oh, I see. You're just idiots. Right, first time chat. Time out. And this is like childish talk. Is this like a new millennial thing or something? I don't know. I don't want to hate on people that are younger because I know younger people that are awesome. But is this like what it is? Is you go... rattled.
Go!
On
So
a scale
mad.
of 1 bis 5, how slippy is the white line?
I don't know. The white line's probably quite slippy. Is this what they do now? Is this like a teenager thing? When someone's having a conversation or joking about something, instead of adding to it, you just go, rat. Oh, it's like the emoji thing, isn't it? That death face that they put on TikToks. Like, it's like a weird repetition thing. It's like a toddler repeating faces back. DJ Bomb Blaster. Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I don't disagree at all. As a younger, awesome person. You're not that young, Kirith. Thank you very much for the donation. Yeah, triggered, or like, I noticed, you notice people that instantly start going, oh, protest, yeah. Again, in good faith, isn't it real where they learn from experience? Yeah, no, so, yeah, exactly, yeah, you would learn. This is what people... I know you're actually arguing in good faith, but like... So, in all racing, in all driving, there is always a degree of memorization. There is like a degree of expectation, repetition. Obviously, it's quite a repetitive activity, like any sport. But then there's degrees to how much you can sort of ad-lib or not, depending on the situation. So, in the dry or in the wet or whatever. And there's how you approach driving versus just memorizing stuff. Yeah, and so being able to feel the car is really, really important. Kirith, yeah, no, there will be. This is one of the things where this is why I think dynamic tracks are quite funny. Like Project Cars 2 and other sims. They go on. They were like, we've got the rain builds up realistically and it's dynamic and it's not pre-calculated. It's like, well, puddles are always going to appear in the lower parts of the track, generally speaking. You know. So why does it really need to be dynamic? If it's always going to be the same, you might as well just have it baked in. It doesn't really matter either way. But yeah, if you're driving in the wet, you need to be able to feel what's going on. But that's why AC1 is so good, because you can feel really clearly. But I think you should be direct drive wheels, which ironically a lot of people have now, are capable of giving people more information to drive from than what the current sims give them. But sim racers and most sim racers don't know this. So they argue against it because it's unrealistic. So we're stuck. Honestly, sim racing is screwed because the average sim racer is clueless and that they inform what the sim developers think they should do for some reason. Unless a sim racer goes out of the way, out of their own accord to do something. No, I've got like rando IRFFB settings. I was just fiddling around with it. But yeah, in general, like, even if this was like perfect and fully realistic, yeah, exactly, Skywalk, to totally speak the language. Even if this was perfectly realistic, effectively a full wet track at the start of a race is going to be a worse race than a dry or slightly damp track. Like, why? if you're iRacing, why would you run a full wet track in the rookie fixed setup race? Like, why? Like, at the end of the day, it's a video game. How is that fun? Like, for the people playing, like, look at the start of this race. Like, the start of the race, well, it's not full wet, but it's very close to it, I guess, from the handling and what's going on. I mean, Formula cars are very sensitive because they're so low to the ground. Well, people will find different things fun for sure. Yeah, it's fun, subjective. But I think I would say, thanks, Thomas. I'd say the vast majority of people I know that drive in real life don't enjoy the torrential or borderline torrential wet conditions. And I can't think of a scenario outside of endurance racing and outside of when the track's dry and there's a little bit of drizzle or it's dry and going wet and you have to make a strategic choice in a longer race. Just a full-on wet track. I don't know in what way is that more enjoyable. Like, there's a novelty to it, so for sure it's quite novel, but I think that novelty wears off pretty quickly. It's like nighttime racing as well. I think the novelty of nighttime racing wears off pretty quickly. Like, it's fun doing endurance races and having day-night and that, but like, for the most part, you don't really want to be racing in like fog. Or do you know what I mean? It's uncomfortable. Like, it's harder to see. So why would you want that? Well, that's the other thing, Steve. I quite like video games being nice and sunny because it's always so miserable in the UK. Oh, can you imagine if Ace, Assetto Corsa Evo, has ridiculous force feedback? I don't know. I'm pretty much. I don't know with sim racing, guys. I feel like it might be done. And the thing is, you have people making videos now and influencers going, best time in sim racing. You're just like, yeah, okay, if you're an influencer and you want to make money, it's quite a good time for making money if you're happy to not to ignore the reality. Thanks, John Hartley. Have a good one. Golden Age. It's like, what on earth are people on? Like, why? Golden Age for making money out of sim racing as a hardware seller or a YouTuber, sure, but not for actual physics and actual gameplay. It's normally pissing down here in Ireland. Now we need potholes. You need someone at the start of the race to force you to pay tax and then gets shuffled away into some expensive business account. I guess that's just iRacing. Well, okay, exactly not yet. Like, so, okay, right, you could always go. The argument you could make is you go, well, there's always more options, and what has existed in the past has always existed. So by that logic, you can then always say, oh, it's the best age ever, but I think that's a bit disingenuous. It'd be like me going, well, cinema's the best it's ever been because you've got all these home streaming options. You can go to a cinema and you've got the entire history of film. And it's like, well, no, that's not really. It's like, no, most films are repetitive action tripe or like dulled down so that people can watch a film whilst watching shorts on their phone. Most stuff on Netflix and Amazon is shovel shit. Most series have like an okay first 6 episodes and then they just fill it with shit, or they shit can the series that's actually got quite good after 2 or 3 series to start another one. So, but no, there's more choice and there's more things. It's like, oh god, I'm definitely old man shouting at clouds here. AC mods have been good, but then that's kind of made AC quite complex. Yeah, choice. I'm sure there's an episode of what's it called, documentary about the false choice. There's 15 different flavours of soft drink that you can buy, but you can't afford to put your heating on. Why do I complain so much? Because I'm old and it's cathartic and it's funny. Look, Thomas, once you get past like 35, you just become jaded. you just want to put a drill into your forehead. You know, that's the age. Yeah. At 35 is the age. They should just give everyone in their 30s like a Makita drill. Here you go. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's just what I wanted. Should I use the hammer mode? Oh, you might as well. Just use the hammer mode. Or a brick. Just bang your forehead with it. But this is why most people are alcoholics. I don't drink. But this is why people become alcoholics, because it's the only way they can cope. I mean, I imagine when Richard Burns Rally came out, and you probably played it with a gamepad or keyboard, you're like, oh, it's too hard to play. But then you probably got like a Momo Black or a G25, and you played Richard Burns Rally, and you were like, oh my God. This is incredible. Like, I can drive the cars, I can slide them, I can control them, handbrake turns. You'd be like, oh, it's not perfect, there's some stupid stuff in it, whatever. But you'd be like, wow, what a great game to play. Like, not perfect, but how good of a game is this, right? No, the tarmac wasn't that bad. People overstate that, because France 1 is an amazing track. So, imagine when Richard Burns Rally came out. Now, would you think that 20 years later, no other rally game would have come out that basically beat it all over? Like, Dirt Rally 1 and 2, pretty good fun and stuff, but 20 years! 20 years! That could happen! It could be 20 years till another Assetto Corsa. 20 years! I mean, just... that's how bad it is. I don't think people realise this. It can be 20, 40. It could just be... You could die before a game comes out with decent force feedback. Jokes apart, what do I think about sim racing depression? Can it help distraction? It can help with focus. I mean, iRacing will probably make people more depressed. But... no, sim racing, well, like anything, any activity can be good for depression. I would say if someone's depressed, obviously they need to speak to friends, counsellor and doctor and stuff. But exercise, which is obviously hard to do if you're really depressed, but going out, trying to go out and about and stuff is probably better than sim racing. But no, like focusing on a sim could be, you know, if someone's ruminating, or for stuff like anxiety, or like people ruminating, like when they think of the same thoughts over and over again, sim racing can be quite a nice focal thing to do. So it can be good, but like anything, it can be good or bad. At what point does sim racing become like chess? Well, the core mechanics of chess are pretty solid, aren't they? And it's like Go. The thing is, people want iRacing to be like that. They just want people to not talk about it. I don't know if I'm going to do the next race because this is silly. I don't know. So when you've got to like 4K iRating, there is absolutely no point doing the open race without a setup. So that's how iRacing works. It genuinely if you're trying to get iRating, which is arguably the point of the game, is to, you know, you want to race, you want to get better, and you want to race better people. Well, with the open setup race, unless you have a competitive setup, it's categorically pointless. This is weird. My force feedback wheel's doing random stuff from the replay. Yeah, Thomas, that's a ban. Goodbye. You know, don't spam the channel. I locked up the wheel on a puddle, I think, because I drove slightly different line into the corner. Yeah, that's weird. That one corner gives a tug on the force feedback when the car goes through it. Well, there's no way to know in advance. There's no force feedback for braking in this sim. So why does this one corner tug the force feedback? That's weird. Oh, sim racing Wales. That's what we needed. DD girl with the DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. Beautiful, perfectly full servo motor legs. DD girl, dreamy servo babe. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. Put your hands in the air if you've got no hair. Everybody needs a DD girl. Put a DD girl in your sim ring. Everybody loves the DD girl. She's so powerful and strong, and she drives at 400 Newton meters. DD girl with the DD wheel. What a babe, a beauty, a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with the DD wheel. Sim racing Wales has her dancing in his bed. It's a DD girl. DD girl. There she goes again, disappearing off into the sunset. She's contractually obliged to reappear every time we get a new member on this channel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Really appreciate the DD girl there. What should we try driving now? We should do a sports car. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Ian Underwood. You should change your name to Ian Underwear or Iron Underwear, like a chastity belt. Iron Underwear. Here we go. This is what happened to us. Yeah, that's because of gas prices are too high. How did this even happen, right? Okay, so we're turning a little bit. So we brake. Oh no, the car is purely from the bump on the track. The car starts rotating. So I'm in a perfectly straight line. I move the steering wheel a fraction to the right when braking. I know it'd already gone. So we brake. I know it'd gone. It wasn't me turning. It was just braking this much was too much. That was it. And then I'd try and do the throttle brake catch to stabilise it, which kind of half worked, but then we ran out of track to be able to make it because nothing makes the grip come back. I mean, it's just going. It's not driving on snow. It wasn't. It's not the dry line though. It's the left tyre that locked up is on the wet line. there's a little bit more damp track there, so when you brake, it brakes uneven. There's like this has loads of like little weird bumps and stuff on it. Well, whatever happened, it was. Well, it's not like we're braking really hard. It doesn't matter. Do you know what? iRacers will go, yeah, well, you did something wrong. It's like, well, obviously because the car spun. I tell you what we did wrong. I mean, this like I just iRacing guys. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. How can I ring in the F4? Why not? I hate myself. Oh, I missed it. Oh well, probably saved us losing rating there. It is. Let's see what tin top stuff is. I don't know. I'm really on the edge of like entirely quitting iRacing. I'm really not sure how much I can take of it. I really just don't know. You know. I mean, the 6K challenge is very important to me. I know, but do you know what I mean? I mean, if Ace ACC Ace, if AC3, it's gonna be called Ace, and it's gonna be even more confusing. If that's terrible, it's done. Sim race is done. I'm gonna have to become like an air fryer reviewer. Otherwise, iRacing's won. It won already. I can't take the psychological abuse. Road America in GT3s. I love Road America. It's my favourite track. Christ almighty. GR8. Oh no, I don't know if I can take it, guys. I think I've been beaten. I honestly, my brain. I really. This is making me want to microwave my forehead. I mean, it's entertaining for you guys watching, but this is just pain. This is just suffering. I'd rather have a holiday in Guantanamo Bay. Am I having a meltdown? Is this what a meltdown looks like? It's meltdown. So what sort of meltdown is this? Is this like a tepid lead melt? That's a meltdown? Oh dear. What does a nuclear reactor melting down look like in your head? Jeez. Might be GT3 challenge time. Oh, I don't. I just don't. I don't think I can take it. 1,300 rotogens. How many? What? Driving in the rain isn't that hard. No, it's just crap. It's just iRacing's idea of handling in the rain is just terrible. But you know, it's not, is it? Obviously, it's great. Sorry, iRacers watching this stream. Don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, we do have a lot of 8 viewers, but we're giving them something to hate, so it redirects them. They need snow. Oh dear. Well, maybe we do GT3. What do I need to update? Updates required. What am I updating? Show notes pass. Oh, the track's been updated. That's random. Oh yeah, we could try the AMS2 update. Yeah, we might do that. We'll do this GT3. Yeah, well that's it. I'm clueless. As a driver that specifically drives from field and is particularly good at reactive driving. Yeah. So that's what it is. You got me. Wow. Oh, you were just saying people in general. Ah, what if I'm a general person? Chris Bow. Chris Bow. We did play R-Factor Project Cars 2, and it was really similar to Automobilista 2. In fairness, the cars are better dialed in MS2, but it was funny how similar Project Cars 2 is. Like the driving's the same. Don't say that to MS2 fans. Jeez, that's far too dangerous. Right, here we go. We're going to try GT3. I think I'll be a Buddhist monk after this. Why can't I join this? Oh, guess what? I can't do this. I can't do the GT3 challenge because I don't have a B license. iRacing is so moronic on so many levels. You have an A license in the Formula cars, which is the biggest shit show ever. But no, I'm sorry. You clearly are unsafe in Tin Top Car. I mean, Jesus Christ. So now you just have to arbitrarily do laps, which isn't even a demonstration of your ability of safety. Everything about this game, everything about it is so stupid. It's so arbitrary. I don't want to do Rookie MX4. I don't know if I can take iRacing anymore. I really don't think I can take it. Live for speed. I think I've reached the limit of iRacing. I think the abuse has just reached the limit. We got Skippy with one person registered. You can't get mad at what iRacing is. It's perfection. They nailed it. It's genius. I mean, Jesus Christ. The state that sim racing's in. Right, look, let's have a look at Low Fuel Motorsports here. You never guess what they've done for the next season. They've at the moment it's midweek, right? Guess what they've continued doing? That's right, completely rando as arse content. That's what everyone wanted. It's so stupid. Rip. I mean, at the moment, they have the TCR and Clio Cup for the midweek stuff. There's people playing that, a few people. And then the VRC Formula Alpha with 6 people. I wonder why. Because it's a paid mod. That's a surprise. It's a paid mod of a car that most people can't even drive. It's so... sim racing, guys. I guess if you were new to sim racing and you just come to it, yeah, it needs mods. You can't. It's terrible without mods, obviously. If you were new to sim racing, you probably just go, well, this is what it is now. So you think, oh, it's great. New LMU's come out. They don't know that it's just a nicely polished version of R-Factor 2. Golden era. And then people that have only played iRacing don't realise how messed up the physics are in it. And they're like, oh, this real driver said this, and oh, it's got rain. Yeah, that's it, Tom Bland. I'd like to point out, Tom, that I beat you in the last 3 races that we did, and you crashed in just about every race, so, you know. Yeah, put more shit in it makes it better. Paid mods for the off season. Yeah, you need to. What you need is multi-class as well. Do you know what makes a race even more fun? Is diluting the grid up into 2 classes of cars, so you're half as likely to be racing with someone that's of a similar skill level to yourself. That's genius. Oh, what is wrong with people? What is wrong with people? Like, yeah, oh yeah, have Smurf iRacing accounts on a pure Elo system. That's good. James Spanner Euro Truck. Ah, so many options, so not in opinion zones. Yeah, let's also add ACC to a sim that has chronically bad force feedback. Nordschleifer to that, and I kind of ruined what I was saying there. Just put that to one side. ACC, Nordschleifer, and then huge grids where you can only again split into like 3 splits in a game engine that runs slow. You know, we have like the technology and everything in place where you could just have a game that was just like Skippies or something, or just MX5s or whatever, like AC physics, but with like, or even iRacing could just keep it simple. I don't know. I really don't know. Well, that's it. I mean, you've got the new, what's the GT game by Straight 4, you know, the new Project Cars. But you know that's going to be like, you know it might do some stuff really good, but you also know it's probably going to be all over the place, like Project Cars 2 was, because they tend to do nice stuff, but they tend to just also do completely random stuff. Yeah, that's the GT Revival, that's what I mean. Yeah, it will probably be interesting, but it'll probably also be all over the place, like Project Cars 1 and 2. Joe report, no, exactly. Vast, from my experience of iRacing, which is obviously the sort of most established online ranking system, the most popular series tend to be, and same with like public servers in AC, it's GT3, and then in terms of actual race cars, it'll be like MX5, and then something that's like a slow formula, and this is what it's always been like this. It's not like the data's hard to find. Going all the way back to like R Factor 1 and Live for Speed, you basically had there was the Fox car and the FBM, which are basically slow formula cars like Skippy, Fox, that sort of thing. MX5, GT3. In a sim that's got okay physics, there's a really good. I mean, I had amazing racing in LF Live for Speed back in the day, and that's just they kept it simple. It was just that Fox car with grids of cars. That's all you need. That and ranking. It was worked out in 2005. It's right. It's been the sim racing in terms of like for the online racing component of what would make a good online video game. So like the sort of Counter-Strike, Rocket League, whatever of sim racing. In terms of what makes sense, what will be popular and what works, has been worked out since 2005. Like GT3 cars or GT cars, MX5, Tatis F4, you know. If you had a game that was just F4 cars or just MX5 or just GT3 with ranking, with decent physics, daytime, one track rotation, done. Oh dear. Well, LMU's done a good job, I think. We might jump into LMU. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if isn't R Factor 2 mostly dead in multiplayer though. Let's have a look here. But to be fair, yeah, R Factor 2 I've actually kept it quite simple. But then motorsport games are like a borderline going out of business. So every time something's oh dear. I mean, imagine if R Factor 2 launched with how it was, it would have probably took over iRacing. But they totally messed up the launch of it. I'm just going to load up R Factor 2 and see what's going on. Yeah, I think the Formula Rookie car is basically an F4 car. You totally know with AC, the new Assetto Corsa, you totally know they're going to do some completely mental shit with it. You know, like they're not going to do like streamlined AC. Oh, that's good. This is not working. They're not going to do like a streamlined what people actually want. You know it's going to be something totally random. Well, R Factor 2 is not loading, so that's good. Why is it? I've just got a black screen for R Factor 2. Oh, no, it's updating. Alright. Oh, they've got the Caterham. How do you know how many people are registered? Nobody's registered. So R Factor 2 is dead at this time of night. Great. Fantastic. Two people registered. Yeah, R Factor 2 is dead. So let's see. Let's have a look at LMU. This is the thing. Like, if people think iRacing is fine, why would they try anything else? You know. Also, if you've invested the time to get vaguely okay at iRacing, it's from your average player that doesn't have like sort of a natural feel for driving. Every driving game is just a game of Guitar Hero, so any different driving sim is a real pain in the arse to learn. Why is LMU not loading? What's going on here? It's launching. Apparently LMU is like the slowest to launch game. Yeah, but the iRacing being expensive is actually a positive because it makes people go, oh, it's expensive because it's better. And, oh, it's installing updates. And then people, once you spent money on something, people then want to get the value from it, so they'll just stick to iRacing. Yeah, exactly. It's expensive because it's realistic. Yeah, the VR is not bad in iRacing, yeah. Well, iRacing is the most entertaining for like voice chat and stuff, and then, you know, so. It's like bragging about 50 socks. Well, the thing that is weird is I don't think people realise that iRating is basically what it comes down to, and this is the same with like any race in many ways, but like just if you hot lap and you get to within 7/10 of the pace for the split, and then you do the racing, you don't actually race other cars, you just stay away. Like if someone seems faster, you just let them pass. And then if you're faster than another car, you really only pass on like the straights or something ridiculous, or wait for them to crash and keep a distance. That's it. That is basically how you game rating. So even more so in the open setup stuff, like what's going on here? I want to do online. Pretty sure I clicked online there. Yeah, I think people equate iRating to racing skill when it's really it's hot lap ability. Yeah, I know, I'm dumb. Starts in 24 minutes. Right, how do we know how many people are... I mean, this looks alright like this. How many people are registered? Are these all registered to this? What is going on? Why is my mouse not working? Oh, so there's people playing this. That's good. I mean, this is nicely formatted, to be honest. Being able to see which drivers are registered and then it puts you in the splits. They've actually done a good job with this general structure of it. Do I have to do prototype? We can give this a go. Oh, just this. The UI is still a bit laggy, but iRacing refugees. Thing is, if you're looking at player numbers, the absolute vast majority of people are playing Gran Turismo. That is it. I dare say Gran Turismo is worse than iRacing. Yeah, I don't know. It's a close call. What is this about? Oh dear. Ah, no sound because we have to set the sound device. How do you choose the sound? Do you have to do it outside of the game? Why is it not? Oh, we have to force it in Windows here. Oh dear. Oh, this is so stupid. It's just to do with the sound, the Windows update would have changed how sound devices are by default. Try and force it in Windows. There we go. I don't know, I might just never play iRacing again, to be honest. I might just never play it again. I think I'm done with it, to be honest. I like its player base, its complete shit physics, the obnoxious nature of it. I might just be done with it. I just don't know if I'll be bothered. Like, it is entertaining, but yeah. Where's the music? UI music volume. Here we go. I can't read it because my chat room is blocking it. There we go. Oh yeah, I forgot about ovals. Yeah, there we go. And we got a reason to play iRacing. I forgot about ovals. I don't know. I just think it's just Skyrim VR. Is it on my job description? Stuff at iRacing. Yeah, that is true. I got to cherry pick the. I have to cherry pick the footage from the majority of races. Oh, that is so funny. Man, the state this sim racing's in though. It's not right. Who in chat thinks that sim racing is in a bit of a state at the moment? Type golden age or state, depending on your is it golden age or state? Yeah, the cheating in CS2 is absolutely ruining that game. Golden shower. That some people do like it. It's better than it was. In what way is it better than it was? My computer just crashed. Loading up some settings. Oh my goodness. Oh, come on. I need to change the frame rate of this. There we go. Full screen is. Whoa! Every sim has insane physics. Like every sim, every sim you jump into just has like completely different physics. That's how good they all are. The fact that every single one you jump into has a completely different framework.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
You say iRacing's improving, but it still drives worse than stuff from 20 years ago. So iRacing is worse than R-Factor 1. But it's not really though. Like, okay, graphics and like rain and stuff, but in terms of like the cars driving like cars, no. And that's like the main, like, graphics and rando features are why you play, generally why you play like Forza and things. They're not really why you're playing the sim, is it? Well, no, I'm not saying it is all about the physics, but I'm just saying you would expect after 15 years that a game would have physics that were on a par with stuff from 10 years ago. It's not drivable though. That's the thing. It categorically is not drivable. Yeah, I can finish in the top 5 in the top split with various cars. It's not. You're not driving. You're memorising a bobsled. What? Any game, if you spent loads of time doing loads of laps and memorising binary, what you can and can't do, is then drivable. So I mean, you know, what does that mean? It's drivable. I mean, AMS2 is drivable. Exactly. Battletoads is playable once you learn everything. It's 40% off its... No, so the tyres don't work like tyres at the limit. So it's like... It's fine, generally fine for oval because you're not pushing the tyres in that way, but on the roadside, you categorically cannot drive in a vaguely natural way. That's a bit of a problem, I think. As that's the general premise of the game, is driving. No, your point is that you've got used to it, and so it's good enough for you. It's not. That's not really a... But is it though? Is it better than it was? I don't think it was. It's exactly the same game that it's always been. It's different. I don't know if it's actually better though. They've got more. So they've got rid of cars that were good, like the SR8. They've added more stuff which has divided the user base up. It's like saying ACC's better than AC because it's new, or it's got more advanced tyre model, which is different. I think LMU actually looks quite nice.
136.46.
There was, I mean, I'm not endorsing copyright, but back in the day there was a version of iRacing that had the Skippy at Lime Rock and stuff. It would be interesting if someone still had an old version. Why? No, I don't drive real cars. Why does that matter? We're not. We're doing bingo. Saying that. People saying that ACC is better than AC because it's different. It does have some features that are arguably better, but it's pretty much a worse game. It's your settings, it's your setup. iRacing has improved so much, which we can't say the same in all your years of sim racing. Well, okay.
That time was a 138.34.
I mean, the fact that I'm like able to drive the top split in various series in iRacing whilst live streaming and chatting and not 100% focused and being the sort of top 10 or so cars is, I think that's pretty reasonable considering I'm not a naturally talented sim racer. So given that iRacing is completely bollocks physics wise, you know. Yeah, I do. Denton, do you need a ban? You've used the term gaslit incorrectly. Right, I'm banning you. Goodbye. Goodbye. You get a timeout. I'll give you a timeout. 30 minutes. Goodbye. So yeah, it's pretty common technique to use the brake and the gas in iRacing to stop spinning. Oh, hello. Do you know they went around loads of people's discords and they were like, oh, look at this, Gamer Muscle complaining about iRacing, he's using the brake and the accelerator at the same time. It's like, yeah, do you know what you do when you can't feel the car and it's rotating in the wet? And especially in iRacing, if you want to catch the car, you push the brake and the accelerator. For them, it's like some like golden nugget of... this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. It's like, well, okay, see you in the top splits.
That's 157.05.
How mental that you would use a thing in a game that counteracts some really messed up parts of the physics. You farm low strength of field splits. Yeah, so the Super Formula lights have what is it like? We try to have at least 3.54k strength of field. So yeah, it doesn't actually work. Once you pass like 3k I rating, you can't farm low I rating fields. It doesn't work like that. Like you know that. You can't get. It's very hard to gain I rating if you're. So even if you've got to like 3.5k I rating, if the strength of field was a low strength of field, i.e. like 2k, it's really hard to win because they're still going to be quick. So that's. I mean that's how ELO works. Like you can't gain I rating from low strength of field. Like you'd have to beat them on raw pace, and then it actually ups the risk. Why do people have Smurf? If your logic was correct, people wouldn't bother having Smurf accounts. The reason why people have Smurf accounts is so they can do low strength of field things without losing iRating, even when they're good racers. And what a stupid comment. Like, to be honest, it would actually be really impressive to farm iRating, to get to 5k iRating in like genuinely a low, like 2k strength of field races, because you can't gain that much. Yeah, you really haven't thought about what you typed. The best way to farm iRating is to get into as higher rated split as possible, and then make sure that you can drive that car within X pace and then avoid people. That's how you gain iRating. By being faster. Yeah. At the start, for sure, if you start below like 2.5k iRating, then MX5 and stuff's really good for gaining rating quickly. But yeah, once you get to 4k iRating, you need the splits to be 3.5k or more. The other advantage is so the ideal situation is for you to be in a series that has less drivers but they're higher rated, so you're more likely to get put in a higher split, if that makes sense, so that your rating is much lower than the higher rating guys in that series. And so that way, if they crash, or like, you don't need to finish as high to gain as much iRating. Amazing all. This guy's content is to talk crap about iRacing. No, we talk crap about everything. What is wrong with you guys? I don't think I'm just going to ban you. It's really weird behaviour from these people. It's really strange behaviour. I don't know if they're just a bit young or something, or I don't know what they're Whee! I don't know if this session is starting. Oh, there you go. 28 seconds. Yeah, well, what's weird is, right, so let's say I was a big fan of whatever game, and there's another streamer that plays it and doesn't like it, or doesn't like something about it, and they say negative stuff about it whilst they're playing it. If that annoyed me, I would just not go to their stream. I'd just not watch it. I wouldn't go in their chat and be like, "Oh, what are you doing?" Do you know what I mean? I'd be like, oh, I'm not gonna go to their stream because I would just add to their view numbers. Oh, I'm not gonna. Do you see what I'm saying? It's really weird behaviour from them. Like, if you don't like something, don't engage with it. This is LMU. For some reason Twitch hasn't updated the name. I don't know why it's not. If a mod can get the game name changed, that'd be good. Well, that's it, Tej, as well. It's like, just because you're saying something bad about something doesn't mean that you hate all of it. You're just pointing out the specific things, but you know, and then they don't seem to realise it. If they keep bringing up stuff, what's bad about it? The physics at the limit aren't realistic, but it's got good online competition. It's active, camera's comfortable, track models are nice. It's still, I think iRacing is still good as a. Why can't I join? I think it's good as a training tool still, because it's so, like, you have to be really precise with it. It's good for training braking and acceleration precision and stuff, but it's not good for training sort of natural feel for counter steering and balancing cars at the limit. It's a fun game. It's entertaining. It's fun doing races, a lot of pressure, getting rating up and stuff. Beambots. You can see sim racing diluting physics. Right, so it's not really about diluting physics. Graphics are normally a result of the progress of game engines that then companies end up using. So as game engines improve, the graphics will generally improve. The problem with physics is it's completely novel. Like, it's very complex, and there's only like 5 physics programmers that can do realistic physics. And then there's also literal physics in terms of, we've got, you know, oh great, the game just crashed. Well, this is going well. You've got the aspect of physics in terms of having the correct data, but then there's also the abstract part of it.
Okay, let's go.
So some things aren't literal, but might actually be more realistic to not do it with the data, or the data could be wrong. So it's just very complicated. But then there's also, once you've developed a physics engine, if you've got players playing it, then you're going to be reluctant to change it, even if you think you can change it better. Also, can you think about how much content is in these games? If you change the underlying physics, you then probably have to change all the individual car models and car implementation. So it's just a mountain of work. Most games are, but not most sims are geared towards wheels. Well, that's it, Tez. Like, I play all the simulators as well. That's the thing. It makes you acutely aware of the differences if you spend an entire month playing iRacing, and then you play like a month or so playing. I don't think anyone else has as much. I don't think even esports drivers drive as much as I do. Like, they're obviously much better. Like, they don't need to drive as much, but they don't. Obviously, I think their drive is more productive as well. But then, in terms of like raw time on random simulators, I think Jimmy Broadbent plays a lot of different sims. But But generally speaking, I can't think of someone else that's spent as much time on iRacing as I have, who's also spent the same, like, similar amount of time on AC or R Factor 2 or, you know. I don't have a setup. So you need to take some fuel out. I don't think it would be being bots now. Like, people are happy with it, which is what I said. Last time I spoke to iRacing developers, they said they're quite happy with how the tyres are. So but more programmers does not mean faster development. That it doesn't work like that. But there genuinely there are, like, in the world, maybe like 20 full-on real-time car physics programmers, and they're like, and most, like, a lot of them will be working in like other industries. Because you have to be mental to want to work in sim racing, because it's not the most... If you can program real-time car physics that are realistic, and then all the other stuff that's involved in it, you could be making millions not working on driving sims. The only reason they end up working on driving sims is because, yeah, genuinely they can make millions. The only reason that they end up working on driving sims is because they're weirdos, like they have some obsession with cars or something, like Stefano, you know, or like, you know, they're just, or what's his name, Marcel Offerman. They just have like a weird obsession with motorsport. And we need some more mods so we can ban people quicker that try and derail the live stream. I mean, it's a shame that that's what we have to do, but, like, it's so much better just banning people that can't have a conversation. I think it's a shame, but I mean, it's good because it means that we've actually... I think the thing that I've struggled with is that I don't see myself as being that successful. Like, I don't want to see myself as being successful, and I don't like, you know, that whole sort of thing. But the fact is, the channel has actually been quite successful. Like, we do get a reasonable amount of viewers. So when I'm talking about stuff, people, from their view, they're like, "Oh, look at this successful streamer," you know, saying these things. Whereas from my view, I'm like, "Oh, I'm just another sim racer saying these things." So yeah, I mean, I guess I'm pretty well known in sim racing. I don't really want to be. Like, I don't see myself as a sim racer, you know. But it's a good thing, I guess. You know, shouldn't knock it. Weird obsession with motorsport. Yeah, to be a physics programmer, you have to be, like, weirdly, like, because why else would you get into motorsport simulation? It's a lot of work. It's a lot of time. So they genuinely have to have, like, a compulsion. It's in the same way, like, it applies to me with what I'm doing. I have a weird obsession with force feedback devices and general appreciation of real-time simulation and computing. It's not normal. Like, I could be doing a YouTube channel on something actually successful, like something actually good. Like I could do a really good tech YouTube channel, or I could have focused on VR. It's way more profitable than sim racing. If I'd continued just doing VR stuff, I do like VR. Don't get me wrong, I'm a sort of hobbyist of it. But if that's what I'd focused my channel on, I'd have like 400,000 subscribers by now. If I just did just VR videos, you'd be making a lot more money. When I do like rando VR videos, so those random Oculus Quest 3 videos I did made like a few grand. They're just random VR videos, and people buy shitloads of stuff, VR stuff, through affiliate links. You know. So for making money, VR stuff's a lot better. But I like doing sim stuff. I did actually. I do have another VR brand. I just never went along with it. Because I'm more interested in sim stuff, generally speaking. As also, you can make a lot more money in sim racing by just reviewing hardware. Just unbox it, read the specs, say that it's good or bad, generally speaking. Like, you make a lot of money from that. But I'd rather like live stream and be critical. It's not really view numbers, so on YouTube ad revenue, you're probably only going to make like like $3 to $5 per 1,000 views is what you normally make on YouTube, depending on what you're doing. But where YouTubers make their money is through affiliate links or sponsor deals and stuff. Hang on. There's only 9 cars in this race? Oh well. I think the interface... Actually, maybe they've made this run better. No, VR community is a lot bigger than sim racing. So sim racing probably... So... it depends. If you're talking about PC sim racing, it's about 500,000 people. If you VR is about 2 to 4 million people. Console, so the people that have been successful in sim racing have captured the console audience as well. So like Jimmy Super GT, or any of the drivers that do F1 esports, the F1 game, then that's getting into the similar size audience as what you get from VR. Yeah, PC sim racing. So like, even you look at someone like Matt Malone, who's been really successful, and he only does iRacing basically. He sort of tops out at like 800 live viewers, which is really good. But Matt Malone's really good at what he does. So like, imagine if Matt Malone was like in an equivalent to Matt Malone in like Call of Duty or something. He would have like 10,000 viewers. You know. Same with like even like Jimmy's been very successful in sim racing, obviously, but he still compared to an equivalent type of person that had captured a FPS audience like Counter-Strike or something, it'd still be small. Like for people that do Fortnite, you know, they have like 40,000 live viewers. It's insane. Yeah, the thing is, sim racing is always going to be somewhat niche because of the reality of the equipment costs and just the nature of what it is as a game.
Okay, let's go.
The pure guy, Peter Bose, Ilya makes like 300,000 a month from Shader Patch. Yeah, it's like Jimmy and Super GT basically get a lot of the Gran Turismo and general sim audience, and yeah, Jardier as well. Like if he was in another area, Jardier's done really well because he basically managed to get the. Why are we waiting in a line here? Is that just the rules? I thought I could just go. Yeah, Jardier managed to basically capture the ACC audience, which is also console as well as PC. ACC has quite a large, as a cross-platform audience, it's quite big. Jardier's awesome as well. Like, and a lot of people don't like his live streams or like him in live streams, but as a guy in real life, he's a really nice guy. I really enjoy hanging out with him whenever I do. Why am I 80k in terms of subscribers? Because I don't produce content that's to gain subscribers. I just do what I feel like. I don't do things optimally at all. I don't approach my channel as a business. For me, Jardier comes across quite fake in his live streams, but in real life, he's normal. He's genuinely a really nice guy, but he's just he has a live streaming personality, which is fine. Can't knock it, but it's overly. There's his rear wing. It's sort of overly peppy. What are they doing? But I like Jardier, so. His eyes close together. I've never noticed that. Now he not to talk for him, but he really enjoys live streaming as well. So I think he's just hyped. I think like if I really enjoyed. No, this is my job. I make a decent living off this. I don't approach it as a business. This sim's clearly broken because when you go over the limit, you don't just spin out randomly. You just do a bit of a slide. Shumi, you wouldn't have any experience of real cars at all, would you? Like, I'm pretty sure you can confirm that what happens in real life is if you lock up a little bit or you go in too hot, what happens is the car just like goes mental, right? Yeah. Well, the thing is, because you'd need a race car to be able to have a valid opinion. I should install Live for Speed. What stops you being at 1 million subscribers? Well, it's hard to get to 1 million subs in sim racing. I think if I went to like pure subscriber strategy, if I went full Kirith, you would just be really positive about everything, and you would focus on like loads of Formula 1 stuff, because Formula 1's got a huge audience, and you would be really positive about iRacing, and you would do like, you know, like Dave Cam type videos are pretty good for like view retention, like basically like Super GT style video really, where you do a race and then you talk through the race as a story. That's really good for channel growth, whilst also being very positive. And then hardware reviews, just loads and loads of hardware reviews as new hardware comes out, and anytime there's a driving game or driving sim release, you review that stuff, and then just fill it with loads of jokes. But the jokes would all be targeted at like sort of a 18 to 20-year-old jokes. So no like sort of politics, or, you know, just it'd be jokes that 20-year-olds would find funny. Also presenting yourself as someone that's quite vulnerable, and that the viewers need to viewers are responsible for supporting you. Imply that all the time, so that your viewers. So basically, anytime anything bad happens in a game, always blame yourself really aggressively, overly aggressively. Blame yourself for everything, because it manipulates people into feeling sorry for you and feeling responsible for you, and that really does milk. It milks donations out of people. Like, ideally, you do that unintentionally, but a lot of influencers, like larger influencers, will use that technique either unconsciously or consciously. It's really like, you'll see it on loads of like TikTok and stuff. It'll be someone going, you'll know they all have like some condition or something that they really took, like you have to have you have to have a some like condition or something that's then a cause, that's something to get behind, to get people behind. So, you know, it could be anything, but you know, it's the X Factor thing. That's why on X Factor, every single time, it's like, oh, my mum was run over by a ferry, my dad lost his legs in a bus accident, I lost my voice at 12, but through dedicated training and swallowing a saxophone, I can now sing in tune. It's a miracle. You know. I'm well known for all the wrong reasons. Like, the only reason why I'm well known is because I chat to a lot of people, and I make jokes that old people find funny. That's it. It's not that simple, actually. The cleavage thing doesn't work anymore because there's a lot of conventionally attractive women. So it definitely did have a big impact in the early days, but now you can be super attractive and find it really hard to still grow a following because that's actually quite saturated now. So you can't just thought yourself to success anymore. even that's gone. But you can discuss the same 3 topics for 12 hours a day. Well, it's a bit neurotic, isn't it? It's a performance art piece I've been working on for a long time. It's Stockholm Syndrome. I've gone mental and I've driven the viewers mental, and now nobody knows what to think. We've all got like long COVID, brain damage. I actually think there's more space for male thoughtage than female thoughtage, because there's far fewer geeky men that are like attractive to women, and there's a lot more women in gaming now. So like it used to be that gaming was like 95% male, right, or 99% male, but now there's a hell of a lot of like 20 to 25-year-old female gamers. So if you could be like a proper hot, like nice body male, and you can approach stuff in a way that's appealing to women, that I think you can. And there's less men that would do that, especially ones that are nerdy as well. So I think there's actually a window for male thoughtage. You're making it, boys. You could, for like bear culture, if you could appeal to bears. You notice with like thoughtage, the way it works is that it's not just about being particularly good, archetypically Western attractive. You still need to use the manipulation tools of being a bit of a blank slate. So the sort of Marilyn Monroe method of you, again, it's implying that you need support of other people, and always like encouraging people but not actually giving them anything. It's a staple for all influencers, really. Be a blank slate. Imply that you need support, and then people will fill in the gaps and do that. Thoughtage, it's like someone that's doing streaming using their body to get people to watch. Yeah, it's just like tools of manipulating people. As I say, the very best influencers do it subconsciously. They're not. That's just how they are. Yeah, well, I mean, I've never understood this with thought viewers. In that, I guarantee you, a lot of them could actually go out and get with real women, but there's this weird like dynamic. I don't know. It's a really weird dynamic. It's just strange. What do you call a building full of thoughts? A thoughtage, a Victorian thoughtage. Yeah, I've said this before. Like, if I found a streamer attractive, like I properly fancied a streamer, I would stop watching her content because I'd find it awkward. I find it embarrassing. So, you know, like unless I there was a chance with them, in which case I would get to know them in real life. But then that'd still be weird. Like if you were to meet someone, if you were to get to know a streamer, this is one of the reasons why for men and women, one of the reasons why I tend not to watch streamers and other YouTube content in the same space is I personally find it a bit weird meeting up with people in real life who I know through their content rather than through real conversation. It's a bit of a weird dynamic. I'd rather not know their content, and I'd rather know one or the other. Yeah, exactly. It feels a bit stalkery. I don't like those meetup things either. Like, well, you could say hello at Sim Race Next, but I don't mind. Like, the thing I don't like is doing those like sign-in things or like having arranged meets and stuff. It's just so awkward. I'd rather just be like, oh, I'm out and about, or like I've been at racetracks and someone comes up to me and they go, oh, I watch your channel, I enjoy watching your channel. I'm like, oh, cool. Oh, thanks for watching. Do you know what I mean? That's natural. That feels kind of natural. Whereas, oh, let's meet up at all site. Like, what on earth? It's such a weird, awkward interaction. I think if you had like a talk though, that would work. Like if you had so if you're someone like Jimmy or Super GT, you've got a big audience. Doing like a stage thing I think is fine. I think that can work out quite well where you can have I get the logistics of meet and greets and stuff. It's kind of a bit weird. Yeah, well, most of the influencers I know really don't like that sort of meet and greet thing. Have the same view. It's just a logistics thing. Yeah, Matt Oliker. I don't know if he's still here. He was here earlier. He was at the 24 Hours of Spa, and he's like, "Sing dee dee girl." I was like, "Oh, fair enough." It was pretty funny. You should check out his channel. He's streaming. That is miserable. I was so exhausted. I was wrecked. Normally when we go to like, if I do events and stuff, I normally don't sleep before flights. So the first day you do an event, I'm normally just dead. And then you're like running around doing like random shit. Oh, we got third place, I think. That's good. Bit off pace, but... Whew. Alright, Necro Dogs, thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Have I actually finished? Oh, I think I have, yeah. Yeah, that was pretty clean driving, wasn't it? Didn't feel like anything stupid was going to happen. See, in this, when I'm not the biggest fan of the force feedback and physics in this, right? But it did feel like when I slid and stuff was happening, it was a result of completely what I was doing. Do you know what I mean? It felt like I was driving shit, but the mistakes that was happening, and I don't get on the physics too much with this. I think there's something a bit weird with the steering, but it didn't do anything like really weird. Do you know what I mean? Like it's pretty tame. There's like a I don't know if it'd be like I don't really get on with Fuji as a track actually either. What's the other thing that's running? Yeah, it does seem like iRacing has a super childish audience. Maybe it's on from Twitch though, because I didn't notice it particularly before. So when the weird shit with iRacers happened, was as soon as we did the Porsche All Stars event, and I think it was. I'm not sure if it's like from another iRacing streamers or something else. I don't know. Or they were just iRacers that got angry with me being critical about it. But that was when the weird shit started, with people being really weird. Like we had people annoyed with my comments on ACC and AMS2, but nowhere near like the weird shit that iRacers. I'm not saying all iRacers, obviously. There's a lot of totally normal people on iRacing that are really nice. But there's probably, because it's got more players, as a result, it will have a larger group of, like, just a cross-selection. You'll have more people that are a bit mental. Maybe as well because people are trying to win in iRacing, so it sort of ups the stakes more, and then I don't know. It's just a bit strange, isn't it? It's a bit strange. I definitely think there is a difference between the fanboys of each game. And it probably is to do with the size of the audiences, I guess. AC fans are just like weird though. Like I think they're all doing cruising, they just don't care. And so of course the players are most of them are bloody just driving around motorways. They couldn't give a shit. They're like stoners. Well, I was on a train the other day and I was chatting to a girl because that's what I do, and she's a lawyer. She's like, "Oh, what do you do?" I was like, "Oh no, here we go." So I was just like, "Oh yeah, basically just a man-child." The whole thing happened again. Explaining sim race, like explaining me to YouTube. I was just like, "Oh shit!" I wasn't concentrating. I wasn't concentrating. Because I asked her about her job, and it's actually quite interesting talking to a lawyer about what they do. And then she asked me what my job was, and I was like, "Oh, I should have said marketing or something." No, she was really interested, but I was just like, "Oh no, there's no point unless someone sim races. There is no point talking about it." So I just took the piss out of myself. She laughed, so I guess fine. Some of the stuff she told me though about the legal stuff, like she was saying she was doing a case or something where the person who committed the crime 2 years ago admitted guilt, like just said they're guilty, and then it's taken 2 years for like the full prosecution and the court case. And so by the time that they do the court case, the person's life has completely changed. And so it's pointless. So even though they're guilty, there's no point sending them to jail or doing whatever, because then they've moved on. Like, if you send them to jail, you're more likely to create a situation where they'll re-offend. So what's the point? Like, what? Great! It's like, because there's no point in doing that, is there? Who does that benefit? No one. Well, the big conclusion you have to come to is, you know, when you look at war stuff, wars and conflict, how childish it is. It's like, oh, we can't have a conversation my Sky Fairy is more real than your Sky Fairy, and my Sky Fairy text, which was written a few thousand years ago, says that this is my holy land and property or whatever. So, you know, and then mix that in with other stuff that's happened in history of like people killing each other, and then, you know, people might rightly or wrongly deserve some stuff or not other stuff, whatever. But you mix that all together, and then you just have people killing each other, and it's like, okay, great. That's not really very evolved, is it? You know, so this seems to be humanity. Ah, you just received a jury duty letter. Where's my results? Hang on, why is it still... Why is this always prototype fixed? I thought this was meant to alternate every hour. Oh, did I talk too long and miss it? Oh well. What was the other one on? I'm using the SimLab cockpit. What's this? Oh, Le Mans. They did a good Le Mans did a good April Fool's Day joke where it was that they've had to split the 24 hours of Le Mans into two 12-hour races due to residents complaining about the noise. That's a pretty good April Fool's Day joke. Yeah, I don't. How much do you get paid for court? Is it a flat rate? I don't think you get paid much for doing it. Let's see. UK jury duty. You will not be paid for doing jury duty service, but you'll claim some money back if your earnings are affected. For each day you're at court, you can claim £64. What? That's terrible. What? Hang on. What if you're like you only get £64? That's mental. Like, most people earn more than £64 a day if they were working for a whole day. Yeah, if you work for yourself, like if you were doing a full day of work, £64 is not going to cut it. Like, in terms of lost earning potential as well. Oh, so if you're self-employed, you don't get anything. Hang on. What? Hang on, if you're employed and your employer will not continue to pay you whilst on service, what if you're self-employed? Self-employed jury duty, UK. Oh, if you're self-employed, you can still claim £64. But still. Oh, £5.71 for food and... £5.71 in today's economy? Oh, yeah, I'll have a bag of crisps and a Coke. What? Like, this is so backwards. What on earth? Like, I was in London the other day, and I went to Leon with my sister, and it was £7 for a chicken wrap. Was £7? It was £4 for a crisps, chips. Like what? That was without a drink. I mean, Jesus Christ. Yeah, like this is not being updated with inflation. If your service lasts longer than 10 days, the amount you can claim increases. You'll be able to claim up to 129 a day if you spend more than 4 hours. Okay, if you're only spending a few hours, hang on. How many hours do you spend in court a day for jury duty? (10 a.m. to 5 p.m). Hang on. If you get a jury summons in the post, you must respond within 7 days and confirm if you can attend. You'll be part of a jury of 12 people to decide the outcome of a criminal trial. Jury service usually lasts up to 10 working days. What does a summons letter look like? Do they email you? Because I barely check my post. All right, Tish. Thanks for watching, man. Have a good night. Has anyone ripped the track from ACC and put it in AC yet? This is what we need. Then we can just play that. Well, Jared, for a start, the letter will be the other way around, won't it? LOL. The old upside down banter. Good one. You never heard that before. God, what a great joke. What a Whitmeister. That's what you come here for, guys. Original comedy. Brick in the foot. I need a. Can we buy like a brick? A plushy brick. Plush brick. I want a brick with my logo on it. Oh, here we go. 25 centimeter creative brick. Here we go. A foam brick. Ah, perfect. If we get this with my logo on it, it's the perfect merch. A Game of Muscle brick. That's what I want. See if I can get one from Amazon. Oh, here we go. For 18th of April delivery. $8.99. Well, how many bricks should I buy? I like how they're being advertised by like Asian Chinese women. Look, Token, the best companies come up with this. Well, I'm buying a brick. A sponge brick to bang against my forehead. You can buy like packs of 3. Not too expensive, like £10. £5 a brick. It's not too bad. Yeah. Well, we were going to try and do some oval, did someone say? Yeah, I might have to. I found one website with them for £3. Stress house brick. Oh, I'm influencing you guys to buy bricks now. Yeah, printed for... No, this is different. These are these are small. Yeah, you have to order quantity 50. They don't look like bricks though. They're just... Well, they kind of do, but the pattern on them is not very good, is it? Promotional stress house brick. Imagine ordering 50 of these. Maybe I could get Simhound to help us with this. I'll be like, guys. You can see it. He posted the link. Yeah, you buy real bricks though. Isn't a real brick like £1 or something? They're not that expensive. Hang on. How much is a standard house brick? 96p. 79p, yeah, £1.30. I mean, how much is a breeze block? How much is... Because you can build a house out of breeze blocks, mostly. £1.50. £3.24. Standard hollow block. Yeah. Build with a sim shed, yeah. Why does it say 7 Newton? 7. What does N 7 like? Is that Newton meters of strength? Like, what does that mean? 7N strength. What does that mean? I need some. A block is worth 7 bricks. Yeah, hardness. What does that mean then? Like, how hard is that? Proper hard, mate. How hard are your bricks? Right, let's investigate Oval here, guys. Oh dear, iRacing's it's done me in. I'm at my limit. Just iRacing. Oval, here we go. What's going on here? Pickup Cup. We don't want to do that. Arca Menard Series. Here we go. When's the next? 21 minutes is the next race. What was it we did? Craftsman... Oh, you have to be C license. And what am I? D. Ah, no. We're D ranked. What was Draft Masters? What's happened to that? Oh, you have to buy more content. Everything you do is either license, buy content, and this is just someone that owns like most of the stuff in iRacing. A high Newton means what you put under the steel. See, yeah, you have to be a boat driver. We can do Arca. Charlotte Motor Speedway. That's a big speedway. Let's do that. We're back in Oval. Okay, I'm going to get like a... I've got some chicken. I need to microwave it. Could probably do some salad as well. Oh, how's our video doing? I should quit sim racing, to be honest. We should just go to VR. Eat some curry. Well, I've got chicken with piri-piri sauce. Here we go. How's our AC video doing? Analytics. 4,000 views, not too bad. -1 subscriber. It's gone up and down. Hang on, we've gained 1, 2, 3, 4. We gained 4 subscribers and lost 5. That's a productive video. So it was too controversial. I should have just said positive things. I should have just said, God, guys, I'm so emotional. I've driven around this track in real life, and now I can do it virtually. And we're so lucky. And everyone would be like, oh, wow, yeah, wow, let's get it. Let's drive it. Woo. What's a funny game playthrough? What is going on with this?
Oh, hold it, 20. Oh, there you go. Sit up.
Game changer. Yeah, exactly. Game changer.
Change your steering ratio.
I think we can all agree it's a game changer.
Steering ratio was.
What's going on here?
Right now, I got mine 12 to 1. It's set, I think, 10 to 1. You can either do 10, 12 or 14, but I think 14 would be a little too loose, so try 12 to 1.
Do you set any more degrees in the car, offset?
We might just go back to playing this Assetto Corsa, you know. Mitchie, on here for the rants. We might just go back to Land of AC. We didn't succeed. We've quit it. We've quit the challenge. The challenge has been that's it. It's over. The challenge is over, guys. iRacing has defeated me. Maybe one day we'll return back to 6K. I don't know. I think we just have to come to terms with I'll never be 6K. Just have to live with it. Yeah. You've seen the light. What I should have done is just lie about iRacing and collect the money. I'm such a fool. I'm really being punished for being honest. The life lesson is to lie to everyone. Make money out of idiots. That's what I think you should do, guys. Learn from me. Treat people like morons and make money out of them. I'm going to vote Tory this next election. That's it. I've decided. Oh no, it's not Josh. They're all here. Don't worry. The AC players come out of the woodwork. They're like worms. they're like little worms in the wood. Waiting for some fresh radical servers. iRacing actually does oval quite well. It's almost as if this was what the sim was designed for. Now, maybe I'm doubly lying, Mitcher. Maybe I'm like... Maybe... I don't know. It's all a trick. Ah, dear. We're definitely gonna do more walking streams though. Like, I'm still on my diet of not eating food. Like, I haven't had any chocolate at Easter, and just been eating fruit and stuff. So we've kept that going for over a month. I wonder if I'm losing weight. I've not weighed myself, but I wonder if I'm losing weight. I feel different, but. Yeah, they died from COVID. They were saved. For them, COVID was like a great... They were like, oh no, but I'm dying of COVID. But I don't ever have to watch a Game of Muscle live stream, so it's not that bad. They were like, COVID, please take me. They were running around, breaking the lockdowns, and they didn't have a face, but they were just going up to people and breathing in the face. Give me the vid. Give it to me. I want any way to escape Game of Muscle. Yeah. Last that was in their will. Please unsubscribe from this YouTube channel. Inside, outside, inside, outside. There's a wall. Ow, my goodness. Oh, and again. Nailed it. Oh, car's a bit broken. Really? I mean, I did drive into the wall, but... Ow. Oh. I've got broken legs, mate. Forget the wheel damage. Ah, wow. Sounds like your wife's very irresponsible. Ow! Did he just broke my thumb in my wheel? Ah, we're back. Yeah, we should stop. We should just play AC again. I think iRacing's defeated me. You know, I think it's panel guns. But yeah, proudly vaccinated. Ah, dear. Yeah. iRacing over. It's where it's at. I'm such a fool for playing track racing on iRacing. Why am I such an idiot? I'm going to get some chicken, guys. We're back in a minute. Oh, dear. Right.
At 103 track temp, I wouldn't cross the seam either if I was you, especially when you're getting back on the gas.
Listen to that fine American
Sorry
accent.
about that, whoever that was.
No problem.
Yeah, well, we can host AC servers, can't we? We can call it the AC. Oh, here we go. The AC2 build-up streams. There we go. It can all be AC. It can all be AC2 hype. We could do the AC2 hype. That could be the whole thing. And that will position us to be the ultimate AC2 streamer. And then when AC2 comes out and it turns out it's complete shit, then I can quit sim racing. Yeah, Ace Hype Stream 1. Oh, it's the dumbest idea ever, but to think this is a good dumb idea. It's a well good idea. The master plan was born. All my good plans happen at 1 in the morning. That's such a stupid good idea. Ace Copium streams. Game of Muscle involved. Road to Ace. So we need to 100% AC1. This is it. This is the Game of Muscle comeback story. This is the Game of Muscle back to sim racing positivity. Can AC2 save sim racing? Question mark. Oh dear Christ. Right, let me get some chicken. Fucking hell. Bloody. I didn't put any of my Guinness in the fridge. Oh well.
think it was the 20 car that was asking. Did that help you any? What was that? Somebody in a 20 car maybe, Jason or Jeremy, was talking about getting loose off a floor, trying to help figure it out.
Yeah, that was me. What's up?
Did that help any?
A little bit. I'm still struggling a little bit. I think I'm just being too aggressive.
If you're in the gas again, like you got to let out, and then about halfway through that turn, you start easing into the gas real easy. Yeah, you can't go into these turns at full speed. You got to let off. Pretend like you got an egg under that gas pedal.
Yep, it's called squeezing the egg.
Hello. I'll put some calamari in the air fryer as well.
I just changed my steering offset a little bit again.
These guys have amazing accents. Wow. Gee whiz. Bobbity bing bong boo. Got some piri piri chicken here. Top notch. Chicken breast has got quite expensive actually. Chicken legs are quite affordable still. I'm eating the Botany. You... ah, shit. Don't be talking down air fryers. Hey, when you push the talk button. Why is this wheel not working? Oh, that's working. Oh, it is working. What do you need in an oval car? Push to talk. That's it really. Oh, brake bar's probably handy. Where's brake bars? Oh, here we go. Fluffy dice. That'll do. Ah, see, Americans. I forgot oval racing is actually really good.
Appreciate that, fair feller.
Yeah, but that's every race, Gary. Isn't it weird? Oval racing is like it's a normal thing in America. But it's not a thing at all in the UK. I mean, there used to be a little bit of oval racing, but it's really not a thing. Well, I think a lot of the oval tracks are getting closed down because people are building houses near them and then they complain about the noise. I don't know, like, what was that UK oval track that basically had to close down? They just can't get the audiences to it. Maybe it's to do with population size. Like, Americans seem to like football's popular, rugby's quite popular, but which is weird. Like, motorsport was a big British thing, but it's certainly like a niche. I guess Americans actually struggled with NASCAR for a while. I don't know if it's picking back up again, but Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why. Well, Brooklyn and stuff. The first British racetracks were effectively ovals, but then it all got.
Appreciate it.
Right, I think motorbike racing is a lot bigger in UK than even oval is in America. But then big oval events in America get huge crowds, like Indy 500 is insane. It is weird, actually. Hello, you got no milk. Because I actually think as a spectator activity, oval racing is better than track racing. Wasn't that because of the 1950s? Was it Le Mans or something? You know, when the engine went into the crowd. That was when they banned it, I think.
All right, Jeff Gordon, I'm coming for you.
Yeah, Rockingham, that was it. But people bloody complain about the noise at Donington. Like, the noise restrictions at Donington are absurd. The racetrack is on the end of a sodding runway. Like, if you've ever been to Donington in real life, every 4 minutes a jet plane is taking off. It's like it's like, why would you care about the racetrack when there's a plane taking off every 5 minutes? And you can hear the planes way easier than you can hear the cars when you. I used to live in the Midlands.
Everybody's afraid of Martinsville.
It's ridiculous. Also, if you're someone that moves to a house and you don't research that it's got a bloody racetrack next to it, like, the only thing that I felt was genuinely bad at Donington was a download festival, because your house could be like 10 miles away, 15, 20 miles away, and your patio windows would be vibrating from download festival. But that was only like 4 days out of a year, so. I mean, nothing happens in that part of the Midlands as well. I grew up there, and there's like, it is probably the safest place on earth. I would wager it is the safest place on earth. Like, I used to go, we'd just camp outside in fields and stuff as a teenager, like walk on train lines and things, and do like random shit. Nothing ever happened. It's that the tyres are quite noisy, but the tyres are more noisy than the engines, to be honest. Although slick tyres are a lot quieter than road tyres. Yeah, I think that's what happens, is that the tracks are normally in the middle of nowhere, and then someone builds a new housing estate or something closer to it gradually over like 20, 30, 40 years later, and then those people start complaining. That's definitely what seems to be happening a lot in America from what I see online. Have you seen the timing board? I was watching a YouTube video about a guy that makes these timing boards as like home displays. So it's pretty cool. Bye bye. Yeah, they put those sound monitors on the side of tracks that then force the marshals to pull people over. Yeah, I'm in the UK. I just started streaming later. I generally get up a bit later. If I'm doing live streaming, I normally get up a bit later and then try and stay up a bit later, but not too late. It's a fine balance. Yeah, well, mine gets messed up pretty easily. Why do each of those booths have a satellite? Influencer lifestyle. I'm not an influencer. I really don't think I'm an influencer, apart from for air fryers, because I'm really not good at it. How do I like the division of Formula and road cars? Yeah. I think it's fine. I think it's a good idea, but iRacing has other problems. Yeah, I think you need sunlight and you need to walk and things. That's true. It's a safety rating thing. I think the division of iRating actually makes sense, but the safety rating. Just the whole safety rating system is a bit weird. Here we go, look at this. Why? How do I like even? How do you even? I don't even know. I don't Noob. Couldn't even get it to stop. Car's a bit unhinged. Turn my force feed back up. What? 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 What is going on with this car? I can't even drive it round the bloody corner. Yeah, I don't have control of the vehicle. It doesn't matter what the other stuff is. I've just changed my force feedback settings. Yeah, I've just turned some of my. I think it was iRFFB being a bit weird. It was giving me the wrong information.
Green flag. Okay, here comes your first time lap.
It was just iRFFB not giving the right forces. You kind of have to set iRFFB up different for oval compared to road. What? Although he still wanted to get stuck in slides. This is going to be a right disaster.
Alright, there's checkered flag.
Okay. Oh boy. I'd say the hardest thing at oval is the other drivers. Time for a poll, okay. Time for some calamari. Gain 10 iRating, here you go. I'm going to get my calamari whilst this changes. Okay, we got this.
One to go. Next time by, you'll be lining up on the inside. Pit road is closed.
Oh, I'm
Estimated
optimistic.
Strength of field is 1,789. Keep it clean.
Let's go.
DNF today would hurt our points a lot.
VR headsets use V-Sync, so I think it's space warp. I don't know, probably not. I don't use it. Is there pit? There's no pitting in this, is there? Is this fixed setup as well? I hope it is.
There's no tie changes allowed during this race.
Oh, yeah, it's
Treat it
flat
right
out.
and good luck. Catch star 21 car. Catch star 6 car. Catch star 18 car. Catch star 12 car.
Okay, let's go.
No, I don't know how it works. Can't debate. Get your salt shakers out.
About to go green. Stay focused.
About to go down.
Post car is off. Time to do your job. Green, green, green. Car outside. Clear up top.
Sorry, Glow. I don't really know what the 9 was doing there.
There's no rush here.
Car outside. Stay low. There is a car on the high side. Clear outside. Car outside. Still there. Hold your line. Clear high. Outside. Clear up top. Car outside. Still there. Stay low. There is a car on the high side. Outside is clear.
Wow.
Good clean driving in this.
Braking in turn 2. Car inside.
Dude, what the fuck are you doing, man?
Yeah, that was fucking stupid.
What the fuck are you doing? Seriously, dude?
Why are you guys so angry? Can you calm down, please?
The car in P1 just left the fastest lap. 31.059. You're in the top 10. Just set your fastest lap position. Go high.
Why did that guy go right down the bottom of the track and then rocket back up onto the track? What was he doing?
New fastest lap for you. You're pulling away from the car behind. The gap is 1.6 seconds.
Hey, 4-car, can you hold a lane?
Yeehaw!
Leader is running 31.178. Keep digging.
No? Do I need to? I would like to be American.
Damn, I really appreciate that 22. I'm sorry that fucked you right there. What the fuck are you doing, non-car?
Can you please not swear? It's early in the morning and there's children playing.
Children where?
It says children playing.
Yeah, you should be 18 when you're on here.
I'm 6 years old.
This is my first time playing a driving game.
No, this is exciting. There'll be another crash and we'll come third.
The car behind you closing on you. The gap is 1.
18's the average iRacer's IQ. $6K oval challenge. Can you imagine? Do you know how hard it is to get to like 5K in oval?
The car behind you closing on you. The gap is 1.3 seconds.
I need a rocket boost. I'll win glorious 7th place. Nah, don't worry about it. I like to burn my tyres up. Don't matter with this car. It's a shed.
The car inside. Still there at the bottom. Still inside.
What's he doing? There, go on.
Clear.
Complete the pass so I can have some draft. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leader is running 31.965.
Wow, this is really compelling racing.
Pulling away from the car behind to get in 1.3 seconds. Motorsport. Motor racing. Motor Speedway. You're pulling away from the car behind to get in 2.2 seconds.
You're really fucking this up.
Leader is running.
Can you please?
Am I staying too high on the track and holding the lane a little too straight?
Can you please stop using naughty words? It's against my religion. These potty-mouthed iRacers.
Got 10 laps to go.
Sorry, man. It's not turning. Can't hold it down there good.
I mean, this has been probably one of the most intense racing sessions I've experienced in my entire life. You never know what will happen next when on an oval track. I think we can all agree that this is the peak of motorsport right here. It just doesn't get better than this. Row, row, row your car gently round the oval.
car behind is closing on you. The gap is 2.8 seconds.
Will the car behind catch us? I don't know.
Thanks for the space, 16.
We need that crash up front, and then we finish in third. That was the tactics. Oh yeah, I look for opportunities. Guys, look for opportunities. I tell you what I'll do is we'll totally change how we're driving for those opportunities. I wasn't going to look for opportunities, but now I've been told I think I will. Oh, will we get swamped by the 3 cars behind us? I think we might do. There might be some swamping going on. I can't see when I'm sneezing. Ah, it's going to be close. Cars behind might catch us. Anything could happen. This is oval racing. Ah, chronic understeer. That's good. I'll put my car on the inside.
Car outside.
Inside, outside, inside, outside. I'm going to white line, guys.
Go low.
Oh, who knows where this will affect our iRating.
Go low. There is a car on the right side.
I have a lot of understeer.
Go low. There is a car.
Ah, being swamped because my tyres are bald.
Still there. Hold your line. Stay high. There's a car on the low side. Clear.
Bold tyres, muscle.
Closing on you. The gap is 2.
Oh, do we still gain the rating? It's going to be close call, guys. Bold tyre racecraft here.
White flag. White flag.
Yeah, maybe having force feedback that lets you actually feel the tyres. Maybe that'll make oval racing more enjoyable. But you know, just a suggestion. Well, here we go. Oh, that was fun. Ah, 4 iRating. Ah, no.
Chicken flag. Chicken flag.
Ah, well that was really boring. Wow, that was shit. How boring is that? Memorize the. Oh, it's fucking shit. This game. What a terrible game. Even the oval can't save it. Oh, it's so bad. Right, forget that. Forget iRacing. Forget oval. It's so bad, guys. Ban iRacing banned, uninstalled. Let me give you points. The guy that just drove up the track into everyone. There you go. No iRating. Well, it's just crap, isn't it? Like, any other sim just is so much better. Like, the physics are so bad in iRacing. I don't know how people just accept it. Like, I don't think I can overlook it anymore. It's just crap. It's just so bad. I can't believe I was even like accepting it vaguely. Oh dear. Well, that's that. That's iRacing. What else is there? Someone said there's an update to AMS2, but they haven't fixed the camera in that, so. No, ACC's not very good. Update queued. What's this update? AMS2 is now amazing. I don't believe you. What was this? Regular update on March the 30th. Along with the usual long list for general fixes improvements that actually did nothing to the game, the new update adds Brazilian Stock Car 2024. Wow. Hang on. And others who'd done great work with the old Formula Ultimate Gen 2 model that's now been retired. We couldn't justify retaining the old model given the lack of actual difference in specification and inferior quality relative to more recent releases. It wasn't a decision made without consideration and heartache for the impact it would have on your livery packs. We hope you find the improved 3D model to be worth the trouble. Oh. Okay. Is that AMS2? Yeah. General physics. Here we go. Revised force feedback for the Formula USA Gen 1 to 4. Formula Vintage, Formula Classic. Oh dear. Okay, well, should we try it? It's updating.
Okay, let's go.
I mean, I don't know what planet they're on. Surely, right, if you're a game developer, you must play other Sims, and you must be like, what we're doing is shit. Like, you must be like, okay, what we've got is messed up. And we're putting all this work into it, but fundamentally the tech is messed up. So you must be like, what is the point? Like, you must right, if I was making a realistic driving sim myself, like me, like, so I go out to make a driving game, I would go, is it better than AC1's physics? No. Well, then it's messed up and I need to make it better. Like, let's say I'm making my own driving game. Let's say I've got some spare money and I license another sim and it's like massively off from AC, R Factor 2 or whatever, or even Automobilista 1. I would be like, what's the point in me doing all these other features and additions and everything else when it's fundamentally worse than a game from 10 years ago? Do you know what I mean? Like, it would be the start point of the sim. So it's like, if I was doing an FPS and the start point for my FPS, the guns would have to work as good as like a modernish shooter. Like the way the character moves, the way the guns operate, the way crouching is, all the basics would have to be as good or better than. But before I started adding new features, Well, because sim racers don't notice, do they, Martin? Because it's all subjective. So I just would have thought from a developer. So like with flight sim, remote control flight sims, if I was a physics programmer, physics developer, my motivation would be making it better than the other Sims. And you would have to know that it's shit. Like Aerofly is really good, for example. Some of the other remote control aeroplane games were terrible. I can't remember them off the top of my head. Phoenix was quite good. Aerofly, Phoenix, but there were a couple of them that were genuinely shit. And so they would know. They must know. But they keep adding more model helicopters, more aeroplanes, new weirdo features. It's like, but I mean, I guess it is just making money out of the user base you've got. But I don't know how people decontextualize or are able to completely ignore everything else that's going on in the same field that you're operating in. I mean, I guess if you're so I guess if you're employed to just do a job, so you just turn up and you're doing the job, so you do the best you can with that engine, and you're like, well, that's the engine we've got, that's the game that we're working with, so I do my best with that, and you get a paycheck. But then I really don't like working like that. Like if I'm working on something, I don't think I could do it like that. I'd be like, oh, this is terrible. I'd have to be doing something that was genuine. But I understand, people need to make money, so you just crashed well, Phoenix 5 I think was quite good, and Aerofly is quite good. I'm just installing an update here. But I also think developers also kind of kid themselves. So they're working with what they've got with their engine, right? And then they make progress to some degree with their engine, and then it's all within the context of their engine. And so they're like, guys, we've made this really big update, we've massively improved this, we've done that. And I think they genuinely, because they're not comparing it directly to what is currently the best on the market. So it's all within that non-comparative framework. Because at the end of the day, if a developer doesn't have the resources or the time to redo the physics, they can't do it, can they? So it's installing. I don't know. The download's done. It's just installing it. I guess so, Novotny. Yeah. I mean, I understand it. You know, people have to make money, and so. But then I would kind of say for driving sims, if you're a talented designer, artist, or you work in the sim field, you could be working in other games companies. if you can do physics for a driving sim, there's probably other companies that you could be working in and get paid more. So the money angle doesn't even work that well. It must just be really depressing if you're I would find it. I mean, I have found it depressing when I've worked on projects when another thing has come out that's better, or basically does the same thing better. I'm just like, oh shit. There was no point in doing that anymore. Well, you say that, Jared Paul, but the developers that have more monetary resources have typically done a worse job with the game. So, like Codemasters, EA, Microsoft, Forza, they typically have all done a worse job in terms of the core game mechanics. Like, if you look at in gaming in general, even when it comes to first-person shooters and RTS strategy, everything, the best games all come from indie developers. So what's going on here? We seem to be stuck on this. Oh, there we go. So what's a new car? Formula, was it Formula? I missed it. What was it? What was it that's improved? Was it Formula Ultimate? I was not paying attention, guys. I've totally forgotten. Race reinforcement back's pretty good, yeah. As indicated in the 2024 development update, both the Formula Ultimate Gen 2 and the Stock Car, Stock Car 24. So this is right. This is what they always put in their updates. We've done this thermodynamic long word, and then you drive it, and it's like, okay, this is worse than R-Factor 1. So what are they on about? But let's see. Stock Car 24. I mean, the stock cars were actually not too bad. I mean, you know, I think this is a lot better than Forza, you know, in fairness to them. Stock Car 21, Stock Car 22, Stock Car 23. Here we go. Right. Let's just do this. Go for it. Get ready for some motion sickness. Oh, here we go. I mean, already the acceleration is totally dislocated from the vehicle. Like the throttle application and the braking is completely dislocated from the vehicle. I mean, it's so gloopy and slidey. It's like slow motion driving. Oh, it's horrendous. It's nice and easy to drive though, so. Oh, AI's just pinged me. Yeah, it's not too bad with the gamepad. It's quite with the auto counter steer. It's not too bad. AI just put me in the wall. Brutal. Let's try that again. Oh, nice. Magic should be awesome. It's just so. It's like driving on jelly or something. Yeah, the physics are super messed up in this. Graphics are nice though. Send it! God, I don't know why that locked up on the hill, but... Did you like that send? DD's really nice. TSPC Racer's not too bad. I had one for a bit. DD's just like, if you imagine a TSPC Racer, which is about 4 Newton meters, maybe 5. Imagine making the TSPC Racer completely smooth and rotating like twice as fast as it can rotate, and then just it feeling completely rock solid. It's definitely worth it if you can afford it. Like, it really does make the Sims feel a lot better. It'll make you more aware of which Sims have more or less detail. Oh, Red Eye Warrior, why are you raiding so early? Thanks for the raid. Welcome, guys. Thanks for following. Guys, check out Red Eye Warrior. Absolute legend. My hairy cousin. Red Eye Warrior is awesome. Awesome streamer. Best rig. Oh, I'm being taken out by the AI. That's the second time the AI's... The AI just is pinned to me twice. Oh, thanks for all the follows, guys. Welcome along. We're just being taken out twice here by a very aggressive AI. Yeah, I didn't think too much of that car's handling, to be honest. Yeah, guys, if you haven't, follow Red Eye Warrior. So that car was a bit rubbish. Let's try Formula Ultimate. Which one was the new one? You just dropped 1,500 new gears. I'm excited. I wasn't planning on upgrading pedals, but when they broke, I didn't have a choice. Because we were just playing iRacing. Try the Formula Ultimate Gen 2. Gotta go! Alright, well, take care. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, it was a game-changing update. Azumi. Yeah, I'm thinking of quitting iRacing. I think I'm done with it. I just don't think it's good enough. I think it's like I'm not even finding it vaguely entertaining now. Ah! Hello. Okay, we might have some damage there. I may have been a bit too optimistic as to where the break point was with those cars in front of us.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, we need the brake bars a bit further back. What is going on here? What are you up to, Red Eye? Were you playing AC? I'm just gonna go back to streaming AC, I think. Up. Was that me being rotated, or was that the tyres? Yeah, I mean, I think I'm done with other Sims. Like, they're just not good enough. Oh, AC's the fake AC. The spoiled pasta. No? What do you mean the iRacing drama? I'm bored of like the dumb comments and stuff constantly from iRacers as well. But there's no real drama.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing.
Oh, but Fred, the AI!
Probably one of the...
The AI keeps trying to pit me. When did this happen?
Of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Tokyo Driving is where it's at. The AI's gone like mental in this.
Okay, let's go.
What are they doing? I mean, what on earth? Oh, what is going on? I just gave it a tiny bit extra throttle. Oh, this is shit. Forget this game, right? It should just go like... Oh, God, what is going on with Sims, guys? Just awful. Well, it's worse than iRacing, that. What is wrong with these Sims? Like... They'll need to play AC for a bit. AC in R Factor 2. I mean, that's like that car drove like super sloppy, but then also in a way where it just goes over the limit. Ugh. Right. Yeah, Live for Speed. I haven't got that installed. Or do I? Let's have a look. No. I shouldn't have gone away from playing AC1, really, should I? That was the mistake we made. What a fool. Right, let's try ACC with this wheel rim. Project Cars 2's like, I don't think, can you even play it anymore? No, they're not Jash, they're complete shite. Like, are they better than ACs? No. I can tell you now, no, they're not. They're sloppy and slow motion. Slow motion, sloppy driving. Like, that's a meme. The AMS2 vintage cars are much more realistic. It's like, what, because they're slidey, and so people think that that's because that's what old cars are like. It's like, no, they're just super messed up. Super messed up. Oh, you can't buy Project Cars 2, but you can play it. Okay. Was that Project Cars 1? Here we go. Like, I've driven them before and they were crap, so like it. I don't know how people are able to delete from their brain. If you drive like in real life, if you drive a car that's better than another car, outside of the unique properties of the vehicles, you'll be like, well. So, like, for example, if your goal is to go quickly, I don't know how anybody could drive a race car and then go in a road car, and then, like, fundamentally, if you've got like tight suspension, everything taken out of the car, even if it's a basic like race car like the Toyota Celica I drove, I don't know how you could go in any road car and be like, oh yeah, it's like, no, it's crap. It's like if it's fundamentally sloppy and unprecise, it's like, well, what you do? You'd be like, well, what? Surely you want the thing that's precise and to the point and agile and nimble. Yeah, but no, like you can. I approach them like games as well. You have to, but the game mechanics is driving. You can't just say that's like me going. That just doesn't make any sense because you're playing it with a force feedback steering wheel. It's like, okay, well then go and play. If you're just going to approach it, I don't even know what that means because you're like, well, fine, play Forza then or whatever. The games that are actually designed as games are much better, like Trackmania, Forza. The whole point of a simulator is that you're playing it because it's got physics depth to it. So you're gonna inevitably have to play all these games as games. But the fact is, if one of those games that's a simulator has bollocks for physics, it's just worse. Like it's like there's a reason why people don't play the older Microsoft Flight Sims. Because the newer ones are just better. Like, they're just categorically better. They're more realistic. Like, that's the point of the flight sim, is it's like, you can still enjoy the older ones, but you wouldn't bother. When you're talking about simulation, you just really wouldn't bother. Outside of nostalgia, you know... I've got AMS1 installed, I think. Let's have a look. I think we had an issue getting it to run last time we tried. Well, no, so older cars, older tyres are less peaky, and their cars are generally slidier, that's just their nature. So when a simulator happens to just be quite a slidey, sloppy sim, then those cars can make the... If a sim has an issue with the transition point between grip and slip and how the car handles in that phase of being in a more grippy state to more slippy, an older car with vintage tyres will hide that aspect of the tyre, because it'll be more like you're just always driving in a slide, like you're always in a massive slip angle. So yeah, older cars I think are easier to simulate in many ways. I think like off-road cars, ignoring the complexities of road surfaces and if you do tarmac in a rally car and stuff, but generally off-road, more slidey handling vehicles are generally easier to simulate or easier to make seem convincing. So like, if you look at most arcade games, like top-down arcade races, they tend to go for like a super slidey kind of slow motion type of physics, because it's easier to like make that seem fairly convincing. Let's see if we got Automobilista. I quite liked Automobilista 1 myself. Yeah, I just think it's hard to go from a sim that's precise to a sim that's imprecise. It would be like if you play a first-person shooter with a mouse and keyboard, and then you play a first-person shooter using a gamepad. So, like, if you got used to playing Counter-Strike and PC FPS's Quake 3, and then you play Halo with a game controller, aiming with a game controller, it's like it's so slow, and you're just like, what is going on? Not that I quite enjoyed Halo as well. It's its own game, but it's mental. And that's with something that's completely abstract. You know, it's not trying to simulate anything. Let's see if AMS1 loads. 7.4, that's alright, don't worry about that. Enter player name. Let's go for Gamer Muscle. This is gonna crash. Well, I know. What's going on? Well, this is working well. Oh, let's try again. Hello? What's going on here? Well, I can't get into the game, so that's a bit of a problem. It's not, well, this is the hardest game to play ever. Oh, what's going... Oh. Let's try reloading it. Let's see if this works. Ah, it's still not working. Oh no. Tried running it in compatibility mode as well. Well, I guess we're not doing AMS 1. Oh! Speedy! Hardcore. Oh, there you go. It just takes its time, guys. That's so random. Right, what do we drive? Oh, should we try the stock car? Where's the stock car? Here we go. Stock car. Test day. Stock. Well, whatever. What car were we doing before? Interlagos. No, it was Imola. Imola. Here we go. Okay, is that? Do we need to bind controls actually first, don't we? Settings, controls. Off. Off, controls. No controller presets, okay. Throttle. There we go. Brake. That worked. Steer left. That worked. Steer right. That worked. Right, this is all working straight away. That's all we need. Oh, brake bias. Oh, yeah, that'll do. Right. Oh, hang on. Audio. Don't seem to have any sound. Where do you pick the... I'm going to have to do it in Windows. Sound devices. Oh, this is Windows Update. Bloody hell. It's reset these... Oh, there we go. Right, we just go test day. There we go. Let's see if this works. What's going on here? Settings. Should we just drive and see what happens? Whoa! Okay, first of all, force feedback is back to front. Forgot about that. The old R factor back to front force feedback. Where is it? It's in. Where's the invert force feedback option? Oh, there we go. Okay, the wheel's not 1-to-1. I mean, it sounds better than AMS 2.
All clear.
Hang on, I've got to change these camera settings, otherwise I'll be motion sick straight away. How do you change camera? Oh, head movement. There we go. Right, how do you controls? We need to. Oh no, we did not mean to click that. Bugger. I might have just reset everything. I know, we're right. Seat position, field of view. There we go. Ah! I think that's a bit too low on the field of view, some might say. Well, I'll do. Oh yeah.
Head exit looks good.
wheel rotations wrong. Where is it? Control settings. Where do you set the wheel rotation in this game? Steering speed, steering rate, throttle. You can do it in the car settings as well. What do you mean in the spring thing? This? Hey? In the spring thing? I mean, we could set it in the car. That's the one way of doing it. I don't know where it is. Steering rotation. Yeah, but I don't know if it will still line up properly. All right, let's see if this works. No, because you have to set your wheel. You have to set your wheel to line up with it in your wheel software. It's all right, I think it's just a visual rotation, but I can make it more sensitive by doing this, so it's fine. It'll be fine. Oh, this game's the other way round, because every game does it the opposite way. Because why not? Why not every single game do it the opposite way? Every single one. Every single game does the lock rotation.
All clear. Go, go, go.
I think he's added a dead zone in the steering. It's added a dead zone in the steering. Yeah, this sound is way better than AMS2. It's so much more responsive as well. The steering's messed up though. Why is it? It's oh, that's why. It's the wrong way around. I should work. Everything's back to front. Yeah, because AMS2 tries to do like really fancy 3D audio bollocks. Flip the slider, fly the slider. Right, now we can make the steering more sensitive. I do not want to be able to do 900 degrees lock to do a basic slide catch. We're getting there. Right. 10th time lucky.
Exit is clear.
There we go. I mean, it's so much more precise than MS2. You can also feel the tyre way better. So it has, it still has the R factor 1 physics issue where the link up from oversteer to not oversteer is that's an R factor 1 physics thing. That's one of the things that AC1 really corrected. Oh, need more rear brake bars.
Watch out, yellow flag.
Yeah, we need more rear brake bars. It's turning. Oh man, it gets a bit leery on the limit. Flat spotted the tyres. Like, you can see the inputs I'm making are way closer to what you would get if you watch like onboards of people driving these types of cars. It's just naturally what's occurring. Like, it's absurd. You're way more precise. Like, it's so much more responsive and precise to the pedal input than AMS2. And iRacing, like this absolutely shits on iRacing. Sound is better than AMS2. What is going on with and you get YouTubers and sim racers going, but it's the golden era of sim racing. It's like, what the fuck are they on? What are they? Either they don't know, or they're being utterly willfully ignorant. Like, yeah, there's more advanced stuff like rain in iRacing. AMS2 has like weather and day night and more complex, but it doesn't drive better. So what's the point? If presumably for a sim, the cars driving like cars would be the start point, you know? It's R factor 1 basically. So 2001. Okay, we get the auto bin, the classic R factor 1, the classic R factor 1 race room auto bin. Try a different car. Look, it looks better in the replay as well. Look how the car's moving. Like, that looks really natural. Look how it's hooked up. This is like 20 years old. Right, well, let's try a more nimble car, like a little car. Like a Formula car or something, I don't know. Like the Praga. Well, they haven't got any like track, like a radical type thing. Oh, page 2. Here we go. Oh, here we go. MCR. That there you go. Perfect. And they got Caterham as well. The thing is, like, I get it. The car is like the physics are more simple, but then they actually feel more advanced because there's more the precision's better, the force feedback's more responsive, the movement of the vehicle is more precise. It's like if you're making a driving game, the precision of the vehicle is like the crux of what makes it good, right? Like there's normally, you know, if you're playing a video game that's about moving a character through an environment, having that character be as precisely, you know, maneuverable would be the definition of what makes it good or bad normally. Well, I'm clearly mental. Well, no, AC, to be honest, Netcar Pro was really good as well. I mean, this is just so... It's so much better than AMS2. The feel of the tyres through the wheel. Like, you know... The thing is, there's aspects of this that I actually prefer over AC, and that's the sort of... AC does feel a bit mushy compared to some of the R-Factor 1 stuff, but then AC has more realistic sort of over-the-limit connectedness. Like when you start powering and counter-steering on the limit, like drifting and holding slip, AC does that a bit better. But the sort of pokiness and immediacy of this is really nice. Like, just have these physics in iRacing. Done. Done. What? Like, what is wrong with sim racing? I feel like I'm going crazy. How much more natural is this than iRacing? I don't know. Probably like 4 years ago, Vandis. This shits on iRacing so hard. It's totally drivable. I mean, imagine you just make the track higher fidelity, and that'll make the so the track feels too flat. This car's awesome. See, I'm braking too hard and the back stepping out, and then I just catch it, and because I've got the brake bars too far back. That's how a car drives. Like, that's how a car drives. Like, unless you've gone mental on the brake bars, so you're doing something really wrong, you brake too hard, the back steps, car like this, back steps out, you counter steer. It's not like that's how cars drive. And you should go into the corner with a bit of counter steer, like you see there. We had a little bit of counter steer on the braking. You can feel it in the force feedback. Oh, overdid it through that corner. I mean, my steering's I've got the wrong steering settings. Isn't that weird though? I can have the wrong steering settings, default setup, and surprise, surprise, if you jump in a car that's not bollocks, you can just drive it. Imagine that! Imagine that! It's almost as if you give people a little bit of force feedback that lets you feel what the tyres are doing, and the car's like not insane, you can just drive it. Yeah, it's got the G-Motor 1 kind of flat graphics with bad shadows. I don't mind it, but... It's really satisfying going into a corner, braking a little bit too hard, and the car's tilted into the corner. So you're counter steering, but you're holding a counter steer into the corner, which is what you do in a real car if it's being pushed. The one thing that AC does better than this is, as I say, it does have more depth to its force feedback, and the linking of slides is better. Like the way it's not as snappy, which I'd say is worse, but it doesn't do like weird auto bin things. So there's certain stuff in this that's like R factor, very R factor. It depends on the car though. I think if you get really good mods in this, you can get really good results from it. Let's try something a bit faster. Like, that is better. This car is better than every car in iRacing. It's that simple. Even the previous car we drove, it's better than every car in iRacing. It's not even like vaguely debatable. It's like, it's not even close. It's not even in the same ballpark. It is better than every single car in iRacing. And I think better than every car in AMS2 that I've driven as well. Let's try a faster car. Let's try this Formula Extreme. What is, I mean, sim racing, guys. Sim racing. Well, you know, the numbers are made up in this, so, you know, it's all fake. It's all fake. See.
I am the champion of the
Oh, thanks
ninja.
for subscribing. I can't.
Yo.
Thank you very much. So I can't see your name. Who was that? Evil Beans, thank you. Oh, too much throttle. Whoops. Yes, it doesn't. With these cars, this is where AC starts to beat it. Is this doesn't have the depth when you start sliding a bit with this. Still handles nice though. Imagine if the Codemasters Formula 1 games handled like this. Ah! Okay, so that's like some of the weird shit in this. I think it's the curbing. Let's try that again. It's still on a different track. It seems super sensitive to throttle on the curb. Here we go, Alton Park. To be fair, this is technically newer than iRacing. If you think about it. iRacing is based off what's that, NASCAR 2003 or whatever. I guess this is about the same time. Up. Very narrow pit lane.
Watch out, yellow flag.
Yeah, you could have bought. Well, no, you'd have to license this R-Factor 1 physics somehow, that will put R-Factor 1 physics into a different game engine. Oh, thank you. Thanks for being a member. 64 months. He's a member on bloody Twitch and Twitch and YouTube. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Hang on, we need to change some settings here. Force max clipping.
Clear.
That's bad. Whoa! Too much brake rise. Oh, straight on, no chicane. Whoa! The on-throttle behaviour of some of these cars is a bit weird. Fucking hell. Could be set up though. You could just map the throttle power differently. At least you can catch it though when it does go over it. What? There's a bump there, the rears just light up. Oh, too much. Nailed it. Easy. No problem. Did that on purpose. Warming up all 4 tyres. I think Alton Park should be a Formula 1 track. Oh, the rears had overheated from the previous corner.
Watch out, yellow
Dead.
flag.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's a billion times better than iRacing, you know. Well, there you go. Golden era of sim racing is today. That's for sure, guys. That's for sure. Oh dear. Right. How do you get out of this? Press enter. Okay. Oh no. Oh, X. Yeah. AMS2. Absolutely. I mean, it's exactly like ACC, isn't it? Really, they've tried to do something more complex, but fundamentally ruined the basic dynamics. As I said with AMS2, it's like Project Cars 2 tries to do so much, but it doesn't do the basic dynamics correct. So what's the point? And it's like iRacing does all this rain and all this stuff, and it's like, but the cars don't drive like cars. At least in AMS1, the cars are driving like cars. There's still like physics holes. Race room, the cars drive like cars. Still physics holes, don't get me wrong. But AC1, the cars drive like cars. iRacing, AMS2, ACC, the cars don't drive like cars, which I think is a bit of a problem for a simulator, you know? No car I've driven in real life has in any way been like any of those, has ever been like AMS2, iRacing or ACC. Obviously, I've not driven a GT3 car. I've been a passenger in a GT4 car. I mean, so I guess people go, well, you don't know because you're not driven those cars, but I don't think you have to drive a car to be like, well, hang on a minute. You know, hang on a minute, guys. What seems like realistic behaviour? A car that responds to your input and your throttle and sort of encourages you to push harder and makes you counter steer quickly and makes you like want to hold little bits of slip, which is really enjoyable, or something that's like really slow motion monster slidey, or requires you to drive in like preemptively massively because everything's a bit delayed, or if you go slightly over the limit, you're screwed. It's like, what if you were building real world cars? What would you build? You know, oh dear. Well, that's it. That's sim racing for you. In 2024, will AC2 save the day? Well, we'll have to see, won't we? AC2's our only hope. But that's it. That's it for this. I'm gonna have a sleep now. Well, the problem is, John, I can say what I've just said now. I do that in a video. People go, what cars has he driven? What do you know? You know? Doesn't really matter, does it? people are brainwashed. They'll be like, oh no, ACC, real world. Why does Tony Kennard play iRacing? What Daniel Morad, he's a real GT3 driver. He likes iRacing. I don't know. They'll be like Dave Perel. He likes ACC. Whatever likes whatever, and demand, because they're not. It's all just an argument from authority. I could lay out the most logical, explained thing from someone that's, I would say, I'm pretty knowledgeable, experienced with driving sims. Like, you could explain. Fine account, thank you. 34 months, bloody hell. Still going. Blessed be your force feedback. Really appreciate it. I know, Skyworld. What are they doing? Like, yeah, you could give the most logically coherent argument as to forget what's realistic, but what would be more enjoyable as a gaming thing. You could also explain logically what would reasonably be more likely to be more realistic. What I just said a minute ago, like why would real cars not generally be controllable? Like it's what you'd have, and they would just ignore it. There is nothing you could say. I mean, there's nothing you can say to your general audience, because it all comes down to like an argument from authority, the marketing of the game, and then what some real race driver says. That's or the one that happens to say they like their sim, and then outside of that, someone would just say, "Oh, they're all games. It's subjective. Play what you enjoy." So they won't have the conversation, and they wouldn't even want to think about it. so they'll just be like, yeah, well, I enjoy this. It's like, fine, I enjoy lots of things. I know, like, I've been doing this too long. I know all the arguments, and yeah. No one's playing MS1. Like, categorically, that is way better to drive than God knows what. And yet it's dead. Race Room's actually pretty good to drive. Dead. I know we need all the bingo cards. I mean, why do we live in a reality where, like, imagine if you just had... I am the champion. Oh, thank you, Farley account. He's subscribing on everything.
This is also going. Sheesh.
It's just a damn shame that, like, why, like, even if imagine if Forza just had AMS1 or Live for Speed or AC1 physics or whatever, like, why, or the Codemasters Formula 1 games. I mean, it doesn't seem... I understand that sims are hard to make, so, fair enough. And not many people know what good physics are or realistic physics are. But it is a bit weird, isn't it, that, like, for example, Richard Burns Rally is, like, the only decent rally game ever made in the history of mankind. Like, how mental is that? Like, I get it. Some people might prefer Dirt Rally. I like Dirt Rally as well, don't get me wrong. But isn't that just a bit weird that there's only one sort of realistic rally game? I mean, surely it's got to happen that someone makes something better than Richard Burns Rally that also has mod tracks. You typed it before, so you're on the same wavelength. And then I just can't understand. I've seen quite a few YouTubers and just general sim discussion online where people unashamedly go, it's the gold in it. Sim racing's never been better. Like, I keep seeing it, and it's like, what on earth is going on in their heads? Unless they're purely doing it to be influencers. And you read the comments on anyone that does one of these, like, that says something like that, and there's all people being like, yeah, wow, yeah, we've got so many choices. Oh, what? And you're like, what is, like, Like, what is going on? What is going on? Hello, Frosty Bird. Hope you're alright. I need to try the latest update to WRC because apparently it's somewhat improved. You just joined into the Great Whinge. I'm going to go and get some rest now. But yeah, I mean, honestly. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more DD wheels, but they're still quite expensive. So, ironically, it's got worse for wheels. Like a G20, a G293 is still it's more expensive than a G25 was 5 years ago. And they took the shifter away from it. So, the hardware, on the lower end, the hardware's got generally worse. The mid-end of hardware's got a lot better. So if you want a DD wheel, which when they first came out, I was repeatedly being told by people that you don't need a DD wheel, it's pointless. Apparently that narrative has changed now. The mainstream has caught up with DD wheels. I mean... oh, God, it's so arbitrary what the average mainstream sim racer latches onto is so weirdly arbitrary. Based off, I think it's whatever a famous person happens to be talking about. Motorsports isn't, you're right, but then driving cars is quite a popular thing in general. Yeah, you need to just follow the company's marketing and just go with that. Do you know what's changed the narrative on DD wheels? It's because there's a lot of money to be made out of steering wheels and peripherals in hardware because consumers are quite happy to spend a lot of money on it. So companies will promote it more. And so the idea that it's a worthwhile thing having gets promoted more and then accepted easier because it's got capitalism behind it. Whereas there's no company promoting other sim software that's slightly more realistic. There's no like general push for more realistic simulators in a literal, handling and stuff. I did a video on it. It's a nice track, but ACC's got weird physics. Yeah, you can get so the things that have got easier for the consumer is if you're a consumer that has, let's say you have £3,000 available to spend on the hobby of sim racing. That price bracket of consumer has. You can get really nice DD wheel and some nice wheel rims and some nice pedals and a T-slot sim rig. That's a lot available. So when I started sim racing, the T-slot wasn't really a thing for sim rigs, and the sim rigs that were available were pretty crappy. Load cells were also not particularly normal unless it was super high-end equipment, and DD wheels were like £5,000-6,000 like Bodner and what have you. So that sort of quality mid-end part of sim racing, ultra-wide monitors, gaming monitors, but then it's kind of like price people out. The part of sim racing that really needs to improve to grow sim racing is gamepad support and steering wheels. Like a G25. A G25 should cost like £100, £130 or something. But I mean, how much is a G293? Let's have a look. G293. £300. I mean, what are they on? £300. £289. I mean, what the fuck? Like a T300 was £240. It's not worth £300. I bought my G25 for 150 quid in 2007. I mean, it's bollocks. So if you're spending £300 on a G293, you might as well just spend another 200 and get a DD wheel. £289. The Moser wheels are good. The Fanatec, if you buy with a credit card, so you can, if you get any issues with your order, you can get a refund. Fanatec Club CSL DD or Club Sport DD is nice. Moser R12's been really good. The Sim Magic stuff's really quite good. Those would be my general recommendations. I mean, the golden era of sim racing. Oh yeah, G25's £289, and people are not paid more. If you look at wages, wages to inflation, people's wages have not gone up with inflation. Like wages have gone up. Like inflation's doubled over wages in the UK. So yeah, but at Mars Murray, that's also how many years ago is 2007? It gets cheaper to produce devices over longer periods of time. Yeah, 17 years, you know, like, if you produce the same product for 17 years and you know what your order amount is, it's cheaper to get the machining and tooling done for that. So the price of the device should go down as well. Hello, Nicky Fisticks. It's actually mental, isn't it? I mean, actually ridiculous. So genuinely, so from a raw driving perspective, AMS1 is better than anything in iRacing. It's better than AMS2. In some ways, you could say better than AC, or like, you know, mix and match between AC and AMS1. I think you could argue it in different ways. Like, there's aspects that are good and bad to either of them, whatever. So if you're like, well, hang on a minute, you can play AMS1 on a cheaper computer with cheaper steering wheels, and you'll fundamentally be driving something that, in terms of the activity of driving, is better. How on earth is sim racing got better? like how does someone logically work that out in their head? Like, it's like these console games that are shit. Like, the older Call of Duty games are better. The older Battlefield games are better than the new ones. They play better. The game mechanics are better. We do have more YouTubers. They're the worst. Oh dear. Oh, Project Cars 2's bollocks, filing account. Yeah, the older Gran Turismos are better than the new Gran Turismos as video games with a gamepad. As a thing to play through, they are better games. And I'm not, like, I'm pretty ambivalent when it comes to Gran Turismo. I think I would argue that pretty much everyone would agree with me that plays Gran Turismo. They'll go, yeah, I mean, the online stuff's nice, but as a game, the old Gran Turismos were just on another level. Forza 3 and 4, I think people would say, was on another level. Ah, dear. You know, what can you do? For those of you that just joined us, what I think I'm not gonna play iRacing. I can't take it anymore. I just can't take it. I've been beaten by iRacing. Maybe we'll do like the odd race or whatever. Maybe we'll do the odd endurance thing. The 6K's on hold. I just can't take it. It's just not good enough. It's just horrendous. I had a 5-day break, and it's just reinforced like, what on earth is going on? So I'm thinking we'll do AC1, and we're going to turn it into AC Ace Hype, the ultimate Ace Hype. We're going to become the ultimate Ace AC2 hype streamer. Because it'll be funny if AC2 ends up being shit. It'll be absolutely hilarious to have a massive build-up all year, hyping it up, only for it to drive like ACC and have some shit input delay and like terrible handling. It'll be absolutely hilarious. I mean, I hope it isn't. I hope it's good, but you know. Yeah, I mean, look what happened with the best game of 2020. All right, anyway, I'm done, guys. Let's give someone a raid tickles. A raid tickle. Who's hot that we can raid? Is Matt Malone on? Ah, the sexy Matt Malone is up. We got to raid Matt Malone. He doesn't really have many viewers, so he needs a bit of support. So let's give Matt Malone some love. What a legend, Matt the Legend Malone. Right. Thanks for watching, guys. See you in Matt's chat for a bit. I'm off to bed. It's too late. Take care. Take care and good night, everyone. Bye.
Okay, let's go.